All right, let us get started. Welcome, welcome. We're gonna get started shortly. Yeah, this is going to be quite a bit. Sabak, greetings, lawful, welcome. Black Rick, lawful, welcome. Justin, lawful, welcome. Well, I am always a student, right? You don't aspire to the mountaintop and stop there. You have to continue learning. So that is what I do. So today we're going to continue constitutional drafting. And we're going to talk about some related matters. Some very interesting matters. And the draft is expanding quite a bit. And I was trying to keep it condensed, but I'm not sure if that's going to be possible if we want a single lawful document. So we just have to work with it. Just gotta work with it. What do we have here? All right. Yeah. All right, so we can close that. Get rid of this. Gonna give the latecomers until 6:05, and then we're gonna get started. You know, I came across a news article where it is being said that Jamaica has recovered, I think it's 90 something percent after the hurricane last year. So it is being said that Jamaica is just about back to where it was prior to the hurricane. Sometimes I wonder, you know, may I say, are we all in the same galaxy? Are we all on the same earth? Are we all aware of what is happening in Jamaica? Because you know, some of these things just come like say, I just forget news attention. If you talk on something for the news, because exactly. When I take a drive from the countryside, it says something different. There is absolutely no way anybody can say Jamaica is 90% back to where it was prior to the hurricane. You see, that is what I am coming around to now. What are we calling Jamaica? Is it the corporate structure? Is it businesses? Because even businesses are still not necessarily that much percent back. Are we talking about geography? Are we just talking about what is highlighted by some people? I don't get it. Because even the courthouses, I just saw an article today that the courthouse there's a courthouse in Westmoreland that was being operated out of a container primarily. And the people ain't go up on strike because them a burn up. The people them a burn up mosquito and rat in the place. And them go up on strike because of unsanitary conditions. So we have to wonder really if the infrastructure them attack say is 90% back, or if it's, I don't know because I can't physical geographical Jamaica them attack. It just don't make no sense. People are still out there without housing. The people them who did forget some kind of benefit from the roofs program, them not get no benefit. Many of them did not get any. As a matter of fact, me can't say most because me don't know the numbers, but from what I can see, especially people in St. Elizabeth, people still don't have a place of their own. They have to catch with other people. They have to, do what them need to do to survive. So I don't know where this 90-odd recovery rate comes from in regards to recovery from Hurricane Melissa. It don't make no sense to me. Anushka said, remember they have collected their insurance money, so them good, not the people. You see, that is also a very questionable thing, right? Insurance was taken out, catastrophe insurance or a catastrophe bond, right? And we have not heard anything regarding recovery efforts, and even to show that they have, I heard that they were purchased, at first they were supposed to purchase 5,000 container homes. Then you hear say they must have purchased 2,000. And up to now, I have not seen where those container homes went. Where did they put them? How come we not see no pictures? How come we not hear people gallivanting? How come we not see anything on the news? How come we not see no announcement on the what was it, PBC? How come we don't see anything in the paper regarding here are the houses, here are, a list of people who got their housing back, and so forth and so forth? I don't get it, because if we had such a large catastrophe bond and it paid out, why is it so difficult for people to get the relief to recover? You see, when we don't have transparency, all we can do is speculate. All we can do is speculate when we cannot see the numbers. We cannot see any of the accounts. We cannot see any of the live data. We cannot see anything. All we are privy to is what is told to us in reports. That's it. We don't have no insight into anything that is happening. Right? Unless it is reported. But you see, that is one thing, But the question is, how are they getting this money? Because it is specifically prohibited from directly benefiting from the consolidated fund. It has to be used for public benefit. So unless, people been saying this. People been saying this, right? And I am not going to go into the politics of it, but nobody in politics is supposed to directly benefit from public funds unless they have businesses that they are contracting and then taking the money that way, right? But I don't know. Since we don't have the live data, we cannot see the account, we cannot see the transfers, we cannot see the procurement contracts, we cannot see anything. All we can do is what? Speculate. We are at the mercy of the people that we put in power. And this is another reason why we have constitutional drafting. If we, the people, want to get out of poverty, because even those who are seemingly living comfortable, you can be affected by the system at any time. Nobody is safe, right? Even if you are a law-abiding citizen, even if you comply with every single thing, you can still be a victim, ending up in the court process, ending up in jail, ending up having to spend lots of money and waste time going to court and all them things there. Such and such homestead, lawful, welcome. Even if you are the good guy, even if you are supporting the system, even if you are saying yeah, you can still be caught up in the foolishness. Because there is no accountability, there is no transparency, there is no one there policing those who are doing the policing. So what we say? Let the system stay as it is, and let us draft a constitution. Because as long as we are not trying to overthrow the government, that is not what we are doing. And let me put the disclaimer out there from early. I am not a lawyer. I am not an attorney. I am not providing legal advice. Such and such. So link you. So anything I say is my own opinions, right? What we're doing over here, we are not trying to overthrow the government. We are not trying to combat with the government. We are not trying to do anything to provoke the system. I want to make that clear. We are peaceful over here. All right, cool. We are peaceful over here. We are not trying to dismantle anything that is in place. Okay? So, I want to take the doubt out of everybody's or anyone's mind who is thinking otherwise. Right? Now, another thing before we get to the drafting, another thing that I realize is that a lot of the things that we are discussing on the lives, right? A lot of things that we're discussing well, yes, all the lives are recorded, and we have recorded all the constitutional draft sessions, so there are plenty and plenty and plenty of evidence that I am not an enemy combatant, and all we're doing over here is peaceful gathering. Okay? So a lot of the things that I've been discussing and also putting in the constitutional draft, have you seen the news lately? Some of these ideas and some of these projected positive things that could happen in society if we refocus our efforts on Jamaica and stop worrying about foreign, stop worrying about these contracts, these international treaties and these international agreements, right? It appears that the government is more focused on those things and neglecting those in the country, right? Not only are we overtaxed, not only are we paying top dollar for energy, not only does the people in the country, excuse me, have to jump through hoops and regulations in order to have a basic and respectable living. We don't have no help from the government. The only thing you might get free from the government is a little education. The only thing you may get free is a little education. So maybe heart or some other program, or you get a scholarship, or you get something for you to become a worker bee. Because these programs, many of them are not for you to go start a business. They are for you to go find work. Sure. Ra, lawful, welcome. Right, solar equipment. How was it? About 4 or 5 years ago, solar equipment was duty free to come in. I don't think, well, I don't know. I think they still have a subsidy where you get some kind of benefit, but it's not 100% anymore. Yeah, man, Enrai, lawful, welcome. Scientist, lawful, welcome. Yeah, so a lot of the things that I've been discussing on the lives and giving out some of the ideas. Now, mind you, I didn't give any great detail on these things, but it appears the government is paying attention to this page, or agents of the government are bringing information back. So the last time people started tagging the Gleaner, the Star, and a couple of other news outlets. Right? And again, I don't have anything to hide. Options, lawful, welcome. We don't have anything to hide over here. Like I said, this is just a peaceful gathering, and we're just putting ideas together. We are not here to cause any kind of disturbance. We're not trying to cause any riots. None of that. Eagle Eyes, lawful, welcome. King Kong, lawful, welcome. This is just a peaceful gathering. And as you notice, we try to keep the language clean as well. We do not engage in any kind of disparaging comments, right? If someone gets out of line, I correct them or I take them down off the live. And even so, even with all of that, they are still reporting the live. When the agents them come over here, them still report the live. Why, Kemar? Sometime, well, there is a saying that says, if you don't get a fight, you're not doing nothing right. I don't know. But it would appear that some people don't want this information to be shared or this information to be disseminated, right? So, to the agents out there who find this information useful, TikTok police, lawful, welcome. Yeah, man. So, the ideas I share, I don't mind the government implementing them because they are supposed to be the point of government. Let us cover the basics before we continue, right? The point of government in the first place, you see, me have to go back now, you see, kind of go a little bit off topic, but it is relevant. It is relevant because we have to understand what exactly we say when we have a constitution, when we have laws, when we have all of these different things that govern society, including the executive branch, which is the police in most cases. The point of creating a government. You see, we as a people, we don't realize that we actually create the government. We hear these things, Many of us hear these things and we think, well, this is conceptual and this is assumed and presumed and so forth. That is not true. This is the reason why we have elections. We are the ones that create government. I'm going to say that again. The reason government exists is because of elections on this side of the world. And the elections are so that we, the people, create the government. How do we do that? Unfortunately, we are more unintelligent than the people in the past. Let me say that again, because me know some of you start thinking on the mind. What am I talking about now? We today are less intelligent than those in the past. Because in the past, there are certain things that were just common knowledge. For example, when governments are instituted, the people had an integral role in how the government functions. It is not like today where the government basically put the horse in front of the cart, then jump in at the cart, then the horse gallop, and then the cart run go in front of them. It sounds crazy. It sounds like something just impossible, right? That is exactly what is happening. The government is now set up in such a way that it is pre-built. So when you vote, you are not voting and then constructing the government from your own current societal needs. You are just voting back the same system of government back into place. Right, not because you have a smartphone, that doesn't mean you're smart. Right? So instead of us as a people coming together and saying, wait the man, wait there. Kem, lawful, welcome. Instead of we as a people saying, wait a minute, you see, before the election call, we need to review the roles and the responsibilities and the goals of government. We no longer do that. Roger, lawful, welcome. We no longer engage in civil activities, civic activities. We don't actively take a stance in learning what the government is doing and deciding, okay, you see, before the next one go into power, you see, before we vote again, you see, before we start over this process, we need to make some changes. We, as a people, don't engage in those things anymore. And it is a slow process, you know, but you see, over time, as them say, it takes one step at a time to get to a goal. You don't watch the one step where you make. What you look at is the progress over time. Just like them say, you can eat a cow one bite at a time. You know, try to eat the whole cow one time. It is not going to work. So it is the same thing in government. The government take them like a time and them institute this here, institute this. So by the time you know it, when people are not paying attention, people are more focused on hand to mouth. How do I make $1? How do I be better than Tom Jones down the road? How do I get a car if it looks spiffy on the road? How do I do this and do that? People now worry about how is this affecting us? How can we all benefit as a people? How do we get common benefit? Right? That is the purpose of the word public, you know. Everybody is benefiting for peace. But we have fallen off of the ladder as it concerns that kind of intelligence. So the problem arises when we allow those who were in power before, we allow all of those laws. You see, like how we allow all, let me finish my sentence. We allow all of the laws that were in the past to continue on into the future. That is our primary problem. And that started with our constitution. the Constitution, Order in Council 1962. Section 4 states that the laws that are in force and effect prior to the Constitution are going to continue in force and effect or activated in force and effect after the passing of the Constitution. And since that day, it has continued where we have recycled these laws, these colonial laws, these ancient laws that were in a time beyond our lifetime. We never ban yet. It is very few people left in Jamaica. I would probably say 5% of people in Jamaica who were alive and cognizant when the Constitution was enacted. Probably 5%. And those people are becoming fossil in a few years. So, as a generation gets tricked, everything else beyond that is getting tricked until we have a gene pool that stop acting first and slow down and start thinking first. And when that happens, that is when we're going to start moving on the road to changes. Okay? So we are the ones creating government every 5 years. It's just that we don't know it. Most people don't know it because this is not taught in schools. Not even in law school. I can guarantee you they don't talk about creation of government. They just talk about law. How the law applies to a case. How the law applies to rights, etc. So, history and law go hand in hand. If you don't learn history, which again, they are not going to teach it like that. It is going to be segregated or separated, just like all the sciences are supposed to be related. All the sciences, maths, English, biology, human anatomy, all of them supposed to be connected in literature, but they have been separated and put into categories. So anyways, we're not going to go too far off tangent. The point is, we are the ones responsible for government and we have derelicted in our duties. So now the government turn around and they are no longer accountable because they have put these laws in place that are not being reviewed by the people, and then the people complain that they are being oppressed. So our first job is to stop complaining because we have the power to do something. We don't have to go out there marching and picketing and complaining, but we have the intellectual capacity to learn, to listen, to input, and to create. We are creators, you know. We create. It is not the other way around. It is not government creating anything for us. It's we creating for the government. We created the government. We created the economy. We created the money system. We created everything. It no matter how smart people are. One person or 10 people can be smart, but they can't do nothing by themselves. What people would call the worker bees, they are the actual creators, you know. It is not the people who are coming up with ideas or directing. Directing is not creating. It is it's the engineers. It is those who actually go out there and do things. Those are the creators. So the people have this mindset backwards. They might think, say, boy, just because the man they drive a big Benz or the man they drive whatever, them smart. Them are the big man. Anyways, we're going to do constitutional drafting, right? The last live we were supposed to go over again the Independence Act. Now, a lot of us did not realize that before the Constitution was drafted, there was a document called the Independence Act of 1962. We're going to take a look at that again today because it is in context of what we're going to discuss. Okay. Give me 1 second. So here we have the Independence Act of 1962. See? Now, as you can see, the document is 10 pages. Not a very long act, right? Now, when we go down here and we start reading the document, the very first part of you see here it has the title, right? The very first part of the document, before it talk about the Queen and all of that, it has a little disclaimer, right? They have a little disclaimer. It says, an act to make provision for and in connection with the attainment by Jamaica of fully responsible status within the Commonwealth. Now, we went over this before, you know. We went over this before, right? But I want to show those of you who are on the live today and those who might watch the replay, I'm going to show you something. Jamaica, the term or the word Jamaica, as we've already discussed, is not people. So when we say Jamaica, right, we are not talking about people living in a Jamaica. Exactly. When you see Jamaica in a document, it does not mean people of Jamaica. And as I always say, I am always here to learn too, you know. So if you feel that I am incorrect, you are more than welcome to enjoin your comments in the comment section, or you can come up, right? Just announce yourself and you can come up, right? It says an act to make provision for and in connection with the attainment by Jamaica of fully responsible status within the Commonwealth. So it never said responsible status of all the people. It said within the Commonwealth. So the British ruled prior to the Commonwealth establishment, right? So the Commonwealth was established so that you can wean yourself off of the colonial system. But at the same time, even though the country may not be directly ruled by British rule, right? It is still putting you back into something created and ruled by the British Crown, which is the Commonwealth. How do we prove this? In all Commonwealth nations, the highest court is the Privy Council. Benji said it is referring to the corporation within the Commonwealth. That is correct. Partially correct, actually. So the Commonwealth, in any country, as much as we want to think that the government is the one who is, or the government is the body who is making things happen, that is not really true, you know. Because even the departments of government, everyone has to answer to the court. There is always a constitutional court in every country that everyone has to answer to. And that court has to answer to the British Crown, right? Which is the Privy Council. So if the enforcement of law at the highest level is still a part of the colonial structure, how can we be free? How can we say we are independent as a people? exactly referred to as the crown. Now, here's the thing. If we have the Commonwealth, right? What if we don't want to be a part of this as a people? You notice nothing in here says persons or people or inhabitants of Jamaica. It says Jamaica. So it has nothing to do with slavery nor freedom. It has to do with political sovereignty. And here it is just taking you out of one box and putting you into a bigger box, or putting a fence around you instead of a box. Because the Commonwealth of Nations is simply all the nations that were ruled by British Crown, and now they have basically a quasi-internal government. And I say quasi because, again, if they want to do major things, it has to be signed off by the Crown, including law. And if the laws of your country are not enacted by the people, then you don't necessarily have a free country. What you have is a subsidiary. Right? As a matter of fact, before anything, excuse me, before anything is enacted and called a law or the rule of law, it is still a British Crown agent that has to sign off on it, which in our case is the Governor General. Can Jamaica, the entity, position itself to gain more benefits from the Crown? That is a very ambiguous question. If it's an entity, what do you mean to gain more? It is a subsidiary. It is not, all of the resources are going in one place. Right? That is the reason why we don't have any transparency, because it is not ours. None of what is enacted is property of the people. The only thing we have is protection against certain inhumane acts. Right? All right. So let us take a look at what this document actually says. Because here, as we can see, it is political sovereignty within another box. It is not freedom from the rule of everything. It is not autonomous sovereign rule. And when we say sovereign, let me be very clear, because people have been using this word very loosely. Sovereign or sovereignty cannot exist in a person. It has to exist within a collection, within a population of people. Excuse me. Or within a body, a population of a body of people, or a body of corporations or something. It is not an individual attribute. It is always collective. Right? Arios says, meaning, for example, the Crown invests more into the infrastructure and development of the island, instead of depending on external monetary bodies outside of the Crown. Now you have to realize, when you have a corporation, you know, what people see on the outside is not necessarily how the internal machinery works. So, you know, what we see, as for example, something negative, that is only from an external perspective. We have not seen what kind of profits are being generated from the running of Jamaica. So, technically, yes, changes of course can be made or are suggested, but it is ultimately up to the Crown if they are going to make those changes, as it concerns the corporate entity. The people are the cash cows that allows the Crown to live in luxury. Well, yes, the people are the commodity, right? It is the people who work. It is the people who uphold the system. It is not necessarily those running it, right? Because if the people are to disappear, the government has no purpose, right? All right, so we say 19th of July, 1962, right? So we already established by the text of the document Ariel say, I'm thinking along the lines that the former owners in England were paid reparations up to 2015. Yeah, they were paid because it was a corporation and it was legally enacted at the time. Right? We kind of go off topic. We kind of go, this is a broader conversation going into slavery and the economic venture as a result of slavery that it wasn't something that was crafted into law prior to that happening. So when it is going to be outlawed, you cannot technically retroactively, you call it ex post facto law. Ex post facto laws were not enforceable, meaning if something was legal at the time when you were doing it, when the law is passed that it is made illegal, the law has to give you time to adjust, right? So if you're going to lose an entire industry or an entire business as a result of the changing of the law, at the time your business is considered your property, and if that is the case, then you're going to have to get fair compensation for the loss of your property, and that is what happened, right? So yeah, we can talk about that a little bit later, why the groups are getting denied, those things. But anyways, so Jamaica is a part of the Commonwealth. We all should know that. And it is also demonstrated in our legal system, where you have the Caribbean Court of Justice, which is a Commonwealth court. And you also have the Privy Council, which pretty much I would say all Commonwealth jurisdictions can they can appeal even a Supreme Court judgment all the way to the Privy Council, right? And that Privy Council is, of course, in England. So anyways, now that we know that we jump out of, or them say them let we out of the house, but we're still in the yard, right? The document says, this is only 10 pages, this is why I'm going over it before we go back to constitutional drafting. Be it enacted by the Queen's most excellent majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the Lords, spiritual and temporal, and commons, in this present Parliament assembled, and by the authority of the same, as follows. You see some of them name, yeah? If you're really curious about some things with them really like going with, you can go and look up some of these names. Lords, spiritual and temporal. Anyways, this is what they said. Provision for fully responsible status of Jamaica. As from the 6th day of August 1962, in this act referred to as the appointed day, Her Majesty's government in the United Kingdom shall have no responsibility for the government of Jamaica. Right? So, they are saying the Crown, Her Majesty's government, is typically extended to Jamaica to govern the island. So they are saying, now what? The government in the United Kingdom have no more responsibility for the government in Jamaica. Right? So this is what people are calling freedom, So I'm just going over it with you so you can see for yourself. So this is from government to government. Right? All right. Section 1.2. No act of the Parliament of the United Kingdom passed on or after the appointed day shall extend or be deemed to extend to Jamaica as part of the law thereof. And as from that day, the provisions of the first schedule to this act shall have effect with respect to the legislative powers of Jamaica. So basically, they must say from that day forward, anything will pass as law or an act of Parliament in England has no effect on Jamaica, right? So from 1962 going forward, right? All right. Consequence. So on the left, it has the explanation of what this section is about, right? This section is consequential modifications of British Nationality Acts, right? 2. As from the appointed day, the British Nationality Act of 1948 and 1958 shall have effect as if in subsection 3 of section 1 of the said Act of 1948, which provides for persons to be British subjects or Commonwealth citizens by virtue of citizenship of certain countries, for the words and Tanganyika, there were substituted the words Tanganyika and Jamaica. And I showed you earlier the interesting flag of Tanganyika, which I'm going to bring up again so you can see for yourself. Right? So, if we look at images of Tanganyika, this is their flag. The exact same flag as we have in Jamaica. It's just designed different. They have the same colors. Right? So, these two countries are now intertwined in this British Nationality Act. Right? So, first it was Tanganyika, now it is Tanganyika and Jamaica. 2. Subject to the following provisions of this section, any person who immediately before the appointed day is a citizen of the United Kingdom and colonies shall on that day cease to be such citizen if, under the law of Jamaica, he becomes on that day a citizen of Jamaica. Right? So now they're separating citizenship. Right? St. Mary, welcome, lawful. Right? Now, B, his father or his father's father was born in Jamaica. So now, if you were strictly born in Jamaica, now you don't have no British citizenship. Right? Subject to subsection 8 of this section, a person shall not cease to be a citizen of the United Kingdom and colonies under the last preceding subsection if he, his father, or his father was born in the United Kingdom or in a colony, or is or was a person naturalized in the United Kingdom and colonies, or was registered as a citizen of the United Kingdom and colonies, or became a British citizen by reason of annexation of any territory included in a colony. Right? So this is why those who have Cayman citizenship are automatically British citizens, right? Because of this tie with the British Crown, as an example. A person shall not cease to be a citizen of the United Kingdom and colonies under subsection 2 of this section if he was born in a protectorate or protected state, or if his father or his father's father was so born and is, or at any time was a British subject. So they are talking about citizen, and it is now synonymous with the term subject. Right? A woman who is the wife of a citizen of the United Kingdom and colonies shall not cease to be such a citizen under subsection 2 of this section unless her husband does so. So anyways. Subsection 2 of Section 6 of the British Nationality Act 1948, which provides for the registration as a citizen for the United Kingdom and colonies of a woman who has been married to such a citizen, shall not apply to a woman by virtue of her marriage to a person who ceases to be such a citizen under subsection 2 of this section, or who would have done so if living on the appointed day. So, the woman's citizenship is tied to the man. So if the man ceases to be a citizen, the woman is no longer a citizen. That's what they must say. Right? Subject to the next following subsection, the reference in paragraph B of subsection 3 of this section to a person naturalized in the United Kingdom, blah, 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 blah. Right? So let's talk about naturalization again. Any reference to subsection 3 or subsection 4 of this section to a colony, protectorate, or protected state, subject to the next following subsection, be construed as a reference to a territory which is a colony, protectorate, or protected state on the appointed day, and the said subsection shall not apply to a person by virtue of any certificate of naturalization granted or registration effected by the governor or government of a territory outside the United Kingdom, which is not a colony, protectorate. So this again, citizenship, protectorates of Northern Rhodesia and Nyasaland, shall be exempt from the operation of any reference to subsection 4 or subsection 8 of this section to a protectorate. So a protectorate is still basically a colony. Part 3 of the British Nationality Act 1948, which contains supplemental provisions, shall have effect for the purposes of subsection 2, subsection 9, notwithstanding anything in the Interpretation Act of 1889, the expression colony in any act of the Parliament of the United Kingdom passed on or after the appointed day shall not include Jamaica. I'm going to read that again. This fly over a lot of people's heads. Notwithstanding anything in the Interpretation Act of 1889, the expression colony in any act of the Parliament of the United Kingdom passed on or after the appointed day shall not include Jamaica. How many people know that, for example, Cayman Islands? Cayman are, the closest colony. In today's day and age, people don't use the term colony anymore, right? You just say, for example, them under British rule. Them still have British passport, right? The term or the expression colony is seldom used, unless we're talking in this historical context, right? So, all they're doing is removing Jamaica because it is no longer considered a colony under the Interpretation Act, right? Now, this is quite funny, because if you're going to exclude Jamaica from the Interpretation Act under colony, why does everything else apply? Because the Interpretation Act is specifically related to colonies. So if Jamaica is not a colony and it is not included in the definition under the Interpretation Act of 1889, which again is still being used today in our courts, how is this being applied to everyday law in interpretation? As from the appointed day, the expression colony in the Army Act of 1955, the Air Force Act 1955, and the Naval Discipline Act 1957 shall not include Jamaica. And in the definitions of the Commonwealth Force in subsection 1 of section 225 and subsection 1 of section 223 respectively of the said acts of 1955, and in the definition of Commonwealth country in subsection 1 of section 135 of said act of 1957, for the words or Tanganyika, there shall be substituted the words Tanganyika and Jamaica. So now they're substituting words in these previous acts. All right. Talk about Air Force Act. For the purposes of making on or after the appointed day of orders in council under the West Indies Act 1962, and for the purposes of the making on or after the day of grants under section 8 of that act, Jamaica shall be treated as not being a colony within the meaning of that act. Subsection 3 of the West Indies, subsection 3 of section 5 of the West Indies Act 1962, which enables the provisions by order in council for the government of the Cayman Islands and the Turks and Caicos Islands to include provisions for the performance of functions by the legislature or other authorities of Jamaica or by any court of Jamaica is hereby repealed as from the appointed day. So then basically I take Jamaica out of the colonial description of all of these acts. Stay with me. Provided that this subsection shall not affect the operation, whether as part of the law of Jamaica or as part of the law of the Cayman Islands or of Turks and Caicos Islands, or any order in council made before the appointed day, or the exercise on or after the appointed day of any power to revoke or vary an order in council made before that day, insofar as any such order forms part of the law of the Cayman Islands or of the Turks and Caicos Islands. One long, big, whole run-on sentence. No breather. So basically, they are saying that these governmental operations are not going to be affected. Right? The operation of law as part of these islands are not supposed to be affected. Right? As from the appointed day, the provisions of the second schedule of this act shall have effect to the amendments respectively specified in that schedule, and Her Majesty may, by order in council, Her Majesty may, by order in council, which shall be subject to annulment in pursuance of a resolution of either House of Parliament, make such further adaptations in any act of the Parliament of the United Kingdom passed before this act, or in any instrument having effect under such act, as appear to Her Majesty necessary in consequence of Section 1 of this act, and any order in council made under this subsection may be varied or revoked by a subsequent order in council so made, and though made after the appointed day, may be made so as to have effect from that day. So we can see where the order in council is coming from. Right? Her Majesty or agents thereof. And they're basically stating that they can pass an order in council to revoke anything prior to the appointed day, which is 1962, August. Right? The last preceding subsection shall not extend to Jamaica as part of the law thereof. So Jamaica exempt from this. Right? In this section and in any amendment made by this act in any other enactment, Jamaica includes the islands known as the Maran Keys and the Pedro Keys and any other territories which at the passing of this act are dependencies of the colony of Jamaica, but does not include the Cayman Islands or Turks and Caicos Islands, and in any act of Parliament of the United Kingdom passed after the passing of this act, and in any instrument made after the passing of this act by virtue of an act of Parliament by the United Kingdom, the expression Jamaica shall be taken to have the same meaning in this act unless a contrary intention is expressed in that act or instrument, as the case may be. So again, they must separate Jamaica. Jamaica used to be called the colony of Jamaica, and now they are calling it just Jamaica as a part of the Commonwealth. References in this act to any enactment are references to that enactment as amended or extended by or under any other enactment. This act may be cited as the Jamaica Independence Act of 1962. Right? So, here we have the legislative powers of Jamaica, right? This is the first schedule. So this is where they actually start talking about the laws of Jamaica. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So, here... Jamaica is being granted legislative powers, right? The Colonial Laws Validity Act 1865 shall not apply to any law made on or after the appointed day by the legislature of Jamaica. Let me read that again. The Colonial Laws Validity Act of 1865 shall not apply to any law made on or after the appointed day by the legislature of Jamaica. Notice it says, shall not apply to any law. Up to this day, we have not had a law made by Parliament, aka the legislature. We have only seen acts and regulations. 2. No law and no provision of any law made on or after the appointed day by the legislature shall be void or inoperative on the ground that it is repugnant to the law of England or to the provisions of any act of the Parliament of the United Kingdom, including this act, or to any order, rule, or regulation made under any such act, and subject to paragraph 6 of this schedule, the powers of that legislature shall include the power to repeal or amend any such act, order, rule, or regulation, insofar as it is part of the law of Jamaica. So here, basically, you cannot outright challenge anything that Parliament does comparing it to the United Kingdom or the British Crown. You have to challenge it on its own grounds. The legislature of Jamaica shall have full power to make laws having extraterritorial operations. You know what extraterritorial means? In excess of its territorial bounds. Let us look at it. Extraterritorial. Refers to actions or laws existing outside a nation's territorial boundaries, often applying to diplomatic immunity or international crime. Refers to operation of law outside a country's territory. How can, that is what it's saying, the legislature of Jamaica shall have full power to make laws having extraterritorial operation. So the question is, what is considered extraterritorial? Because obviously, you cannot make a law that affects another country. That is definitely not going to be allowed. That is, you're going to cause a war if you do that. Right? So what does this mean? How can the legislature make extraterritorial laws that are operating outside of Jamaica? Wouldn't doing 3 make it void under part 2? No, part 2 is an exception. It is basically saying that you cannot compare it to the rule of law made in the United Kingdom. So part 3 on its own, this is on, if such a law or an act exists, it would be void on its face. Because you cannot operate outside of, the bounds of a country. It don't make any sense. 4. Without prejudice to the generality of the preceding provisions of this schedule, Section 735 and 736 of the Merchant Shipping Act. You see, these are telling you some important things that you may want to go look up. The Merchant Shipping Act shall be construed as though references therein to the legislature of a British possession did not include references to legislature of Jamaica. Right? Section 5. Without prejudice to the generality of the preceding provisions of this schedule, Section 4 of the Colonial Courts of Admiralty Act 1890, which requires certain laws to be reserved for the signification of Her Majesty's pleasure or to contain a suspending clause, and so much of Section 7 of that act as requires the approval of Her Majesty in Council to any rules of court for regulating the practice and procedure of the Colonial Court of Admiralty shall cease to have effect in Jamaica. So here it is basically saying the Colonial Courts of Admiralty Act is no longer applying to Jamaica. Right? Now this is interesting, because this act is where much of the practice of law in the courts come from. The year is 1890, right? That is the reference here. Even though they are saying this law no longer has any effect on Jamaica, it is the same practices that are being done in the courts today. The same exact practices. Anyways, nothing in this act shall confer on the legislature of Jamaica any power to repeal, amend, or modify the constitutional provisions otherwise than in such manner as may be provided for in those provisions. Right? So they have limited Parliament to not be able to change the provisions of the Constitution. Right? Unless they follow the instructions in there. In this paragraph, the constitutional provisions means the following, that is to say, this act. So this act is a part of the Constitution. Many of you probably did not know that. Any order in council made before the appointed day, whether before or after the passing of this act, which made or makes provision in respect of Jamaica in pursuance of Section 5 of the West Indies Act of 1962. Any law or instrument made under a law of the legislature of Jamaica made on or after the appointed day, which amends, modifies, reenacts, with or without amendment or modification, or makes different provisions in lieu of any provisions of this. Anyways, this is all about Parliament. Second schedule, diplomatic immunities. Amendments not affecting the law of Jamaica. Diplomatic immunities. Yeah, these are all one sentences. No full stop nowhere. In Section 461 of the Income Tax Act of 1952, which relates to the exemption from income tax in the case of certain Commonwealth representatives and their staff, in subsection 2 and subsection 3, for the words "and Tanganyika," there shall be substituted the word "Tanganyika and Jamaica." In subsection 6, so this is all diplomatic immunity. Financial. In subsection 4 of section 2 of the Import Duties Act of 1958, after the word India, there shall be inserted the word Jamaica. Visiting forces. In the Visiting Forces British Commonwealth Act 1933, Section 4, which deals with the attachment and manual powers of command, shall apply in relation to forces raised in Jamaica as it applies in relation to forces raised in dominions within the meaning of the Statute of Westminster 1931. In the Visiting Forces Act 1952, ships and aircraft, copyright. If the Copyright Act of 1911, so far as in force in the law of Jamaica, is repealed or amended by that law at a time when subparagraph 2 of paragraph 39 of the 7th schedule to the Copyright Act 1956, which applies to certain provisions of that act in relation to countries to which the said Act of 1911 extend, is in force in relation to Jamaica, and said subparagraph shall thereupon cease to have effect in relation thereto. I know that a run-on sentence, but we're going to come back to the copyright section. Divorce jurisdiction. In subsection 2 of section 2 of the Indian and Colonial Divorce Jurisdiction Act, blah, blah, blah. Instead of Tanganyika, there shall be substituted Tanganyika and Jamaica. Commonwealth Institute. The words. So, these acts now include Jamaica, Tanganyika and Jamaica, right? And that is the end of the act. 10 pages. We wasted 1 hour going over the 10 pages of this document. Sorry, the screen kind of off. All right. Now let's go back to the Copyright Act. The Copyright Act of 1911, so far as in force in the law of Jamaica, is repealed and amended by that law at a time when subparagraph 2 of paragraph 39 of the 7th schedule to the Copyright Act 1956, which applies to certain provisions of that act in relation to countries to which the said Act of 1911 extend, is in force in relation to Jamaica. The said subparagraph 2 shall thereupon cease to have effect thereto. So, this document, you know, I've read it several times, right? And it is intentionally made complicated. You can look at other acts that have been passed, you know, around the same time, right? And these provisions here, right? They could have simply created a single document that only applies to Jamaica. They intentionally made at least 15 references to other acts in these 10 pages. No clarity. And in all of this, the only reference to individuals are citizens. That's it. Whether you're a British citizen or not. That is the only thing in this document that talks about people. Citizenship. It said nothing about being free. So the Jamaica Independence Act is in relation to Jamaica. It is not in relation to people of Jamaica. It is in relation to the country, the government, how the government functions, how the government deals with its many priorities. So if you actually, again, it is a little difficult to read because of the run-on sentence. A lot of run-on sentences, right? When you go through this document, I wouldn't blame you if you say it is very confusing. Someone was mad when it was done. Yes, they were upset, but at the same time, when you look at the document itself, you can tell that it was being crafty, very crafty. Because why do you have a declaration prior to the enacting statute? And most people are not even going to bother reading this. And you see them make it in smaller letters than the rest of the document itself. So it is clear that the provisions that are put in this is just political in nature and making it appear as if they did not want Jamaica to break, so-called break free. But it was not breaking free of anything. It wasn't breaking free of anything. It was the appearance of breaking free, when in fact, they still remained within the Commonwealth. Let me zoom it in so one can see. Right? Those who are late, this is the Jamaica Independence Act of 1962. Right? And the preliminary declaration in the document states, an act to make provision for and in connection with the attainment by Jamaica of fully responsible status within the Commonwealth. Right? The Commonwealth is where it's just like it's like a refugee camp. Right? You left your country, you don't have no more status, and you end up at one place, and the whole of who left your country and not have no status, and that's how you end up. And that is what is called the Commonwealth, which is still ruled by the British Crown. It was created by the British Crown. Right? So, apparently because the Crown did not want countries, or what they call new countries, to fall into chaos and don't have the rule of law and be able to stabilize, they put provisions in place that the government had to follow to basically maintain the colonial rule instead of coming up with their own constitution. The British Crown basically give Jamaica its constitution, it give Jamaica its independence document, it give Jamaica's, the government structure, all of it. So therefore, the only thing you know how to do is how the British did things. And based on that, falla back a monkey, that is how we end up here in the Commonwealth. And still following the British footsteps. Right? So, given the fact that nothing in here talks about the people of Jamaica, it had nothing to do with the people of Jamaica. It all had to do with the political independence outside of the British Crown, but within the Commonwealth, which is, again, basically the same place. It's like you left from Kingston and go to Montego Bay. You're still up on Jamaica. Same thing. So, back to our constitutional draft. So for those who don't know how to get to the draft, right? You go to voiceofjamaica.com, right? That's your first step. If you want to review the draft, you scroll down and the first post is called New Constitution. You click on that. And after you have read, here is a constitutional draft in PDF form, right? There's also the Word document, which I'm going to remove shortly because you really don't need it. If you want to make suggestions, you can scroll down, and here you have constitutional draft suggestions, and you can submit a suggestion after you have read the document or you have read the section that you're interested in, because it is a very I'm not going to say very. It is a large document to what many people are used to. So basically how Andrew give favor the position and have her like public. We're not going to talk about the political upheavals going on. So, if you do make a suggestion, right? If you use the form and you make a suggestion, we do post the suggestions publicly so that it can be documented, you know, what was suggested to be included in the constitutional draft, right? So, here we have the draft, the current draft, mind you. So if you looked at the draft before, it has changed drastically. As you can see by the number of pages, we're now at 191 pages in the draft. And again, it is primarily because of the font. The text of the document is not tiny like what you're used to in an Act of Parliament document. The text is larger and it is spaced out. And it is written in common English, no legalese, right? So the table of contents, again, is a little bit off because we are currently refining the document. We are adding some subsections and so forth and so forth. However, the most important part of this document to begin with is the words, meanings, and interpretations, right? So here we have the words in alphabetical order so that anything that is referenced in the document, you can always come back to the top and you can see what this word or what this term, a term is a combination of words. What do the words or the terms mean, right? So we have abolition of external law, accused, artificial legal entity, apex tribunal, claimant, court, court of record, crime, criminal housing center, defendant, election, etc., etc., etc. So basically from A to Z, the most important words are defined, right? If there is something here that you feel is missing, be sure to submit a constitutional draft suggestion on the draft page, right? And as you can see, we have the word person, which was a big concern for some people. So we make sure we define that and take it apart from what we currently know, right? In almost all legal systems around the world, the word person has been combined to mean both a human being and a corporation or an entity of some sort that is not physical. So we have dissected that and taken that apart. So we have person, and we also have juridical person, right, which is non-human. We have natural person, which is a human being, again. Public servant, which again is someone who have taken an oath to serve the will of the people. So, you know, it just makes clear all of these different terms and all of these different words that are typically ambiguous, where you don't know which one is being referred, especially in legal documents and legal matters. All right. Now, the other important thing before we continue with the draft, for those who are new or those also who are continuing, the document is extensive, right? But again, you go to this section that most applies to your interest, right? Arius Media. Yeah, man, lawful. Welcome. So, it is best that you start with something that gravitates to your interest, right? Because everyone has some topic on their mind that they feel is most important. So that is where I would suggest you start. Now, the sections are not very long, right? But it is many sections. We're basically crafting the Constitution in such a way that it is the only legal source for the law. We don't want 50 acts of parliament to go read. If it is not in this document, it is basically not a part of the law, right? So that is the reason why this specific document is so long in pages, right? So if you find a section that you feel is important to you, you check out that section. Matter of fact, we're going to go through a few of these sections so you can see what we're talking about. And then from there, you can make your suggestions and we can go forward, right? So we have the words, meanings, and definitions and interpretations. We have the preamble. We have the Declaration of Responsibility, Principles, and Authority, right? So in any constitution, it is not just to allow government to go do our dirty work, right? It is the fact that we, the people, have to also maintain responsibility. We can't leave everything up to other people. We're not hiring a workforce to go and do things on our behalf, just unlimited. We still have to monitor. We still have to take active part in the role of government, right? So when the time comes, it is not only necessary for us to be a responsible sovereign people, we also have to be active in decision making, right? So I'm going to go through this section so you have an idea what I'm talking about. Sovereignty of the people. All power in Jamaica belongs to the people of the island. Government exists only to carry out the will of the people and to protect their rights and safety. No person, office, institution, or organization may claim authority that does not explicitly come from this Constitution. Supremacy of the Constitution. This Constitution is the highest law of Jamaica. Any law, regulation, or action that conflicts with this Constitution is invalid. Equality before the law. All people are equal under the law. No person shall receive immunity or special protection from the law because of rank, wealth, political position, or public office. Plain law. All laws must be written in clear language. Hidden rules, unwritten assumptions, unwritten presumptions, unwritten doctrines, or secret interpretations of law shall not be recognized nor enforced. Rabbi, lawful, welcome. Open government. All actions of government must be recorded and open to public review unless the safety of the people requires temporary secrecy limited by time. Accountability. Every public official is personally responsible for the lawful exercise of their authority. Violations of the law by public officials shall be investigated and judged under the same law that applies to all citizens. Protection of the land. The land, rivers, forests, and seas of Jamaica belong to the people and must be protected for present and future generations. Aymara, lawful, welcome. Civil participation. The people shall participate directly in important decisions of national importance and parish importance through open voting. Government shall not exist as a distant authority, but as a structure maintained by the people themselves. Right? So let's talk about civil participation. Right? In our current system, the people do not participate at all in any decision making. The government basically oversees everything as it relates to the public. Now, if we the people are not the ones telling the government what our problems are, how does the government know what exactly we want as a people or how we are affected and what problems we want to be solved? Because that is the point of us voting government in power. So if the government is not getting their advisement from us, the government is not getting our input, the government is not getting anything as it regards to what problems to solve or what we consider as a priority as a people, then whose interest is the government protecting? It's obviously not the people, because we don't have a say in what is important to the government, right? So if we want a system where we, the people, are benefiting, we need to have active participation and active authority on deciding what the government puts as a priority. And part of that is what we call open voting. So instead of us having this paper ballot system where you have to go count, vote, and all of them something there, we are in the day and age where computers are literally the size of, you can say, a peas or a small rock. Computers are that small, right? Computers are now so powerful that they can run entire systems on a single device, right? So a simple open voting platform where people can come and vote immediately and we can see the results live immediately is not difficult. It is not difficult. It is a very simple thing to do. So if we have a national matter and we have national voting, right, we can do these things live. We don't need to be writing things on paper and sticking our fingers in ink and running around and doing this and that, and you don't even have cameras at polling stations. Then things they must cut out. We are not living in the Stone Ages. And Jamaica is not broke. By no short measure, Jamaica is not broke. Okay? So, to implement, a nationwide system, basically what? Call it, say, 14 computers, independent computers, where people come, and these systems are simply not connected to the internet, right? You have to come in person, and you have to come and cast your vote. You come and you cast your vote, immediately it shows up on the screen. So when we have a national comparison of what voting occurred over the period of a single day, we have our results right away. There is no room for manipulation or any kind of foul play, right? Very simple. So if we are able to put these basic systems in place, right? Let us use something, another simple thing that we can vote on. The fixing of the roads. I have suggested this before on previous slides, but let's talk about it again. Instead of us focusing on island-wide patching of the roads that we have seen over the years does not work. The current mechanism of patching the roads do not work because within weeks, sometimes not even that long, the roads are back to deplorable condition, right? So instead of doing that and spending billions every year talking about road maintenance, it is more feasible to properly, you see, like how them build the highways all around the island? The same way them need to dig up the road, you dig up one side. You dig up one side of the road and you properly set up the infrastructure, and we do not use mall. Everybody knows mall does not stay anywhere, especially where water is. You get rid of that crap. As a matter of fact, we should, well, we can't say ban it because it does have some purposes in like foundation and those places where there is no running water to move it, right? But as far as road construction is concerned, we cannot use mall. We need to be using stones. Stone, sand, and tar. And whatever else them use. When I say Baba Green or something. Whatever are the proper materials, we use things that are long lasting. Right? You dig up an entire side of the road, going at least several miles. A matter of fact, we start in one parish, right? One parish, it don't matter which one you pick. Start from one end and you go across in projects. So, for example, you can start at Portland. You fix all the roads in Portland. Then when Portland done, you move on to St. Thomas. Then you move on to St. Mary. Then you move on to St. Andrew. And that's how you move left and right, up and down the island, going across until we have fixed the roads. We cannot focus on everything and accomplishing nothing. We have seen it. This is not theory anymore. So if we focus on one parish, I am certain. A matter of fact, I think within the span of probably 3 years, we can fix all of Jamaica roads. Why? Because there would be incentives to doing it. If we had an incentive where we say, all right, people, we're going to get the civil engineers, we're going to get the experts, we're going to get all of those people who are necessary, right, to ensure that the roads are not only monitored when they are fixing it, but it is done properly, right? It is done in stages, it is documented, pictures are taken, videos are taken, etc. And we say, okay, you see the extra labor that is needed? If we need people from the communities to come help to carry sand, or if we help to sweep, or if we do whatever, we give the public an incentive to do non-essential work. The projects would be done so much quicker. So much quicker. We don't need to be worrying about the entire island at a time. And once we complete that project, we now begin to see how we can do other projects in a similar fashion. We just have to laser focus our energy in a specific area. We get it done. We move on to the next. It's that simple, right? Scientists, I say you want to come up? I don't know if your finger touched that, but I'm gonna bring up scientists. All right, look like a fat finger. Yeah. So when we have matters of national importance, like the road, right? Okay, no problem. Right? Right. It is not a matter of skill. It is not a matter of talent. As much as we have heard that, you know, we need overseas talent, we need this, we need that. What we might not have is all the machinery. Right? The Chinese then bring in some big machinery. We can cut through mountain, can go through some place and all of that. Fine. If we need to hire the Chinese for some of the construction or the parts of the project that we can't do, fine. But the basic construction of the road, it is just a matter of proper management, proper planning, and proper materials. This is not an insurmountable task that we don't even know what we're doing. I am sure, I am 100% sure that it is an accomplishable task. Right? So if we the people come together and say, listen, we have these problems. We have the road, we have the markets, right? Where we have people bringing goods and all them something here. We need the markets to be clean and organized and whatever else. You know, we have housing, we have these major things, right, that we need to fix. Jamaica is not a big island. Jamaica is not a big island. Basic things like housing, proper housing. We are not supposed to be charging ourselves to live. It don't make sense. We should not be charging ourselves to live. If they fix it good, there won't be any loophole for it. Ah, gosh. Hey, like I said earlier, I don't know how they're doing it, if that is the case. But at the end of the day, It has to stop. We need to have transparency and accountability. Right? So when we have these major things as a society, we the people should vote and say, okay, this is our priority next. Right? We have, let's say, as a country, we have a priority of 5 major projects for the year. And we need to vote and see which one we take on 100%. And we start next week or we start next month. I am almost certain most people are going to say fix the road first. And we take a vote. The people vote on what they think is the most important thing to take care of now. It might be housing. It might not be road. So if we have live voting and the people actually vote and say, this is what we should be concerned about. We don't care about what going on outside of Jamaica. We need to fix this now. I think the country would run much smoother. Much smoother. If we have accountability, if we have transparency where we can see our consolidated fund, where we can see how much money is being generated, where we can see what we have and what we can work with, I think not only would we be a prospering nation, we would see things that no other generation have seen. Think about this. Think about this. There are people who were born in Jamaica and they have not seen half of the island. Let me say that again. There are people who were born in Jamaica and some of them who have passed. And throughout their entire lifetime, they have not been to most of the parishes in Jamaica. Some of them not even ever leave them parish where them born in. All them do, then get up and them travel to the town square. Some of them may travel to Kingston and that's it. Or some of them travel to, whatever the closest major center is, either Kingston or Montego Bay. Some of them, they might go to beach less than 10 times in their lifetime. Because all they're worried about is how to survive. They're worried about how they are going to make ends meet or how they are going to accomplish certain things. Them don't have no time to relax. They don't have no time to enjoy the island. Some of them don't have the resources. Even if them can get a drive, they don't have nowhere to stay. Can you imagine that? We in our own country, we cannot even say, make we go take a weekend in our next parish. Because if you try to get one hotel or one guest house, it might be too expensive for your budget. How can we look at that as a people and say that is fair? Right, some people don't even know half of the parish that they are born in. That is so true. And me feel like say, if people from the outside, regardless of whether or not they have the so-called means to do so, we as the natives of the land were born, we don't have to grow here, we were born in Jamaica, we supposed to have that option or that opportunity to go enjoy our island. If I even say 2 or 3 parishes, you can go for a weekend. We should have something like that. Back in the day, it's still going today, but it not happen as often. We could have community raffles. Not even say raffle. What I say, we just identify all of the family them in Jamaica. All of the family them, right? And the family then up on a list, a random list. And every week, somebody from a family, you pick which parish you want to spend a weekend. If you don't want a weekend there, you can put your name back in the ballot. Right? So, every family in Jamaica, if you don't have a family, you as an individual, right? You get to go spend a weekend every single week. We have that initiative where you can go and you can go relax, you can go enjoy, you can go eat, you can go just have that weekend there where you can say, yes, this is prosperity. Me I actually enjoy my island. Go listen to some music. If you don't want to do nothing, you just go sit down on the beach or go enjoy some water or whatever. Where we the people can say, yes, me actually get something out of my country. When me not have I bust my brain and I bust my pocket if you go enjoy. Right? Exactly. Community exchange. But Muda say, alright, you see like how we have all of these hotels about the place? We should have designated areas, right? Or designated land where all of them container houses or container structures, right? We can build them up where we don't need more than 1 4 or 1 5, right? Turn one of them in a common bathroom or something and the rest of them in a rooms, right? We don't need 50-story building. We just need enough so that when a family needs to go to somewhere, that is for the natives. No foreigner no come into them place there. Right? You wouldn't need to go to the US. Exactly. Imagine a weekend stay where you don't have to pay for food, you don't have to pay for transport, you don't have to pay for nothing. You get pick up, you go enjoy yourself, and you get drop off back. Simple. I think everybody would appreciate something like that. Every Jamaican would appreciate something like that. Especially the older generation. You see the younger generation, you know, them work and they make a little money and them go splurge, you know. But especially for those who have worked much of their life and them want to go see one place or whatever, you pick your parish, you pick your weekend, and you just go and enjoy yourself. You can go with your family or you can go by yourself. That's simple. Because otherwise, what are we working towards? What? Just work and just fix up the place and then what? Then what? You know, sometimes I am traversing TikTok and I see some people. So we take certain things for granted. In a Portland and St. Thomas, you have one fruit called Mami. Right? Brown on the outside, and it's supposed to drop off of the tree when it ripe. And the fruit inside, it's sweet and a little bit tangy. Right? And there are so many people I have seen commented on some of these fruits that are in Jamaica. Them their market are in there someplace. And some of these people have never seen, heard, nor eat that fruit before. Imagine that. You in your own country and you don't even know say one fruit exists. When did it fit for as long as you're born? Way before you're born and continue to be there. Because you don't leave where you come from or you don't try nothing new. You don't even have any support group, any community groups where you can interact. Everybody have for themselves. It is just, you get to me I say? So we need to create value and benefit so that we as a people can say, yes, me appreciate my island. You know, say, me learn something new this week. You know, say, me contribute to my society. You know, say, yes, man. No, me can say, me love Jamaica. We as a people should aspire to have goals as a country. Not just in a few little parish, or which part we come from, or which part our family come from. As an entire nation, we should have some of these goals. And we should set out for some kind of happiness. We can't just always look for just acquire these trinkets and these different things. Sometimes it is the experience we need to look forward to. Not necessarily a dollar or one thing. Because a lot of people still don't realize that money is not a goal. Money is a utility. Right? So, if your goal is to get money, you're always going to want. Because what you really want is the experience that money can afford you. Right? So, a lot of people will get tricked quickly when they get offered money or an opportunity. They're going to pick the money first because they not think. Think it too. So, that is what we mean by civil participation. Right? If we as a people participate in our society, we can be a happier nation. When we have goals as a people, we can be a happier nation. We can be happier individually as well. But we have to find a way to participate and be inclusive. See? All right. So, next we have the Bill of Rights and Freedoms, right? So, even though we have some of these that were enumerated in the Jamaica Constitution Order in Council 1962, we also enumerated some additional rights, right? And these rights are not only expanded, they are clearly expressed. For example, right to life and security. Every person has a right to live in safety and dignity. This is not mentioned in the original Constitution, right? No person may be deprived of life or liberty except through lawful judgment after a fair trial by an impartial tribunal of 3 judges from different parishes or a jury of 9 people from different parishes unrelated to any party, right? So these rights are specifically expanded and explained so that there is no ambiguity, there is no question about what it relates to or what it means. So we have taken out all of the legal language and converted them to plain English, right? What does fair trial mean? Fair trial means every person accused of a crime has the right to face the accuser in court, know the accusation, present evidence, question witnesses, defend themselves personally or with assistance, and be judged by an impartial court. Right? So this is your due process right here, or part of it. Right? Public courts, protection, etc., etc. So we have several rights, 17 enumerations. Right? Here we have the last one. Women-specific rights. Women shall have the right to birth control preventative options. Right? Obviously, this only applies to women. And currently, we don't have this in legislation. Right? It is there, the options are there, but it is not encoded in law. So, we don't want to leave any option where something can get invalidated over time. Everything is specifically enumerated. Right? Here is a suggestion that was implemented. The right to all natural plants. No person shall be held to have committed a crime by virtue of growing, consuming, holding, selling, or buying, or any other activity as it relates to any natural plant, whether alive, dried, or otherwise. Any person who have been incarcerated for plant-related crimes that did not constitute criminal elements at the time of being charged shall be released immediately and restored dignity. And we should all know what we're talking about there, right? So, yeah, those are rights, right? So here's Article 1. And this is probably one of the most important articles as it relates to government structure, right? Authority and structure of government. So this has, it was 14 sections. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this one article is 5 pages. So, like I said, if you are interested in a specific section of the document, the reading is not extensive. It is just that we have a lot of sections, right? If we go back to the table of contents, we can see that it is just a lot of sections, a lot of articles. But the articles are not very long. So, by the time you start, let us look at Article 15, right? It's a page 85. So let's go down to probably a little bit further. Family. Here we go. Religion, culture, and arts, right? So this one have 4 pages. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or 3 and a little bit. So the sections are not very long. Apothecary, lawful, welcome. Right, and the spacing is also increased so that the readability is easier, right? So if there's a specific section that interests you, I would implore you to go and read that section and also make a suggestion if you have other things that you would like to include within that section, right? If it is not already there. So let us go through religion, culture, and arts. Actually, I want to go through a section that was recently added, a subsection. Let me see. Probably somewhere up here. Education. Emergency pause. I think this is one of them. Taxation. Article 5, taxation. No. So it is previous to this. Public peace. Okay, so the sections have to be renamed. We had a few updates. Section 3 sub hold on. I'm pretty sure this is the updated one, but just to be sure. Say this looks like one of the this doesn't look like the updated one. Hold on a second. I'm gonna make sure we have the updated edition. 1 1 second. Let's see what happened here. Okay, so we had it in the wrong section. So let us update our current draft. All right, so let us refresh and double check. All right, so we still have 191. Let's refresh this. Okay, so there we go. So this is the updated one, 225 pages, right? The table of contents didn't change, but the document definitely did. So if we look at, I'm gonna go down to the updated articles. Some of them you will have a subsection, right? So for example, Article 1 has a subsection now, which is going to be labeled appropriately shortly. Here we have legislative limitation and fixed law principle, right? So this is the explanation of why the law is not changeable by the governing authority, right? Laws shall not be created, amended, or expanded except where strictly necessary. The purpose of the law is to prevent harm, protect life, liberty, or property, and maintain order. So this is just an additional explanation on why we have a fixed law system, right? Here we have system of law and justice, and then we have a subsection in Article 3. Nope, Article 4. All right, so Article 4, we have sentencing and determination of harm. This was not there before, so this is a new section, right? So this article establishes a lawful and uniform method for determining harm and imposing sentence. All determinations shall be based strictly on law, proven facts, and objective standards. Section 2, basis of determination. No determination of harm or sentence shall be based on opinion, sympathy, personal belief, or argument alone. Determination shall be based on the law as written and verified facts established by evidence. Right? So this goes through all of the determination factors and so forth. And then the subsection talks about the enforcement of judgments and limitation on state force. So the new parts of these articles, you will have the sub-article that supplements the article, right? So that way, you have the articles that remain together, something that is related from one to the next. So you don't have, for example, enforcement of judgments all the way down one different numbering, on the page, rather than, being next to what it is related to. So all of the related statutes are going to be next to each other. So the purpose of this article establishes the lawful execution of court judgments and strictly limits the use of force by the state. Enforcement shall be based only on law, valid judgment, and verified authority. Authority to enforce. Only designated enforcement officers certified under this Constitution may execute court orders. No person shall enforce a judgment without a valid court order, a recorded mandate of authority, and any enforcement action without lawful authority is void, right? So this goes on to specify what needs to be in the order, etc., etc., so that any so-called enforcement of a court order has to be based on documented evidence. Not like today, where we might have security forces going out talking about they will get a warrant or the warrant is on its way and all them foolishness there. All action requires documentation first, right? So you can't have a search of your property or you cannot be arrested unless there is a clear violation of law that is witnessed, right? What's this? Prohibited conduct. Enforcement officers shall not use excessive or punitive force, act for personal, political, or financial interest, execute an order known to be unlawful. Any such act shall result in personal liability. Right? And this was also mentioned in a previous section, where if you have a public office, where you're a public official and you go out there intentionally doing things that your office is not authorized to do, you are personally liable. It is not the state that is going to be held liable for, anything first. It is going to be whatever unlawful action is as a result of the actions. So, execution of civil judgment. Civil enforcement may include recovery of property, restitution, lawful seizure as ordered. No seizure shall occur without specific identification of property and documented authority. Right? So again, these sections are expanded to encompass any kind of ambiguity or any kind of uncertainty as it relates to anything that needs to be done. Because one of the things that we don't want to do is to say, we'll just leave it up to the courts. We'll just leave it up to the courts. They will determine this and they will determine. No. If the court is going to interpret the law or apply the law, more importantly, it must be related to what is written down. So in a specific judicial section that talks about how the courts determine matters that are brought before them, it is strictly based on what is written in this document. It is not going to be based on how they see it. It is how they see it in accordance with what is written. Right? And again, we don't want a single judge in any determination. It has to be a tribunal. 3 or more judges in a court determining matters. Not one off and based on your feelings and how you feel the matter supposed to. No. A matter of fact, let me write this down. This was another suggestion that was made. Another suggestion that was made was that under family law, any tribunal of judges. Let me go back up once, because I don't think we added that section yet. Any tribunal of judges, right? If they are going to determine family matters, they must be a parent. Right? See family, but I don't see land workplace. So I see family, marriage, and children. I think there needs to be another section on custody and visitation, right? Domestic relations. So that's probably around 80 something. So we have education. What's this? Education and learning. National development. Oh, I think it's down further. Yeah, so basically, if we're going to have judges determining family matters, you need to be a parent. You need to have some experience administering or being a part of a family. We cannot have individuals who are just so-called out there doing a job, right? You need to have some experience, some kind of insight, some kind of expertise on some level on what you're determining. Just looking at people's posture and hearing their story is not enough. I think that part of the system is broken. And also, when you have determinations on so-called the best interest of the child, oftentimes the worst parent get the child. So, I think that is an area where we need to have more competence. If it is going, especially if it's a tribunal, everybody have to be a parent, an active parent. You cannot be a one-off. or just someone, just because you may have, years of experience in the law, you are now determining family matters. That is not enough. That is not appropriate. And not a single mother either. Well, you see, that is the thing. We have to, again, we as a people have to come up with these things. If, for example, we have a situation where the father cannot be found, or the father has passed, we cannot say no single moms, right? Even though, I know I'm going to probably mash some con, even though statistics have shown that in majority, not all, I am not saying all, in majority of single women raising children, the children become delinquent. They either get into trouble in some way, shape, or form, or they start living a less, I guess you can say, they start looking for an easy lifestyle or a lazy lifestyle. I did not say all. I am saying in the majority, based on rule. Oh, single mother judge. Have his mercy. Well, that would have to be something that is determined by the people, right? But it definitely has been shown that single mothers, majority of them are bitter. They don't want to accept responsibility, and they are quick to blame because the system is often giving them priority when it comes to child raising. And it's backward. I'm going to bring it up, Black Rick. It is crazy because if someone is more capable of raising a child and providing for that child, how come they become the non-custodial parent? It doesn't make sense, right? Black Rick, lawful, welcome. Black Rick. All right. Look like Black Rick occupied. Studies said they make the worst parent. Right. And again, I am not bashing anyone, it is just based on the research that was done, right? Women are quick to get even with someone who they are no longer able to gain from, are no longer able to, I guess you can say, have certain benefits. So they are quick to retaliate, they are quick to hold grudges, and they are quick to try to turn the child against the other parent. Whereas a man don't typically care about, what you have going on after him, right? You'd have to access that research. All right, what I'm going to do on Voice of Jamaica, right? In the menu, there is a research link. I am going to place some of those documents in here, right? I'm going to find a section in here, and I'm going to place some of those documents in here regarding the research and the and the findings, so that others who want to take a look at the demographic and how they determined the results, you can have that public information as well, because none of this is secret. All of what we're talking about is in the public domain, right? So it is not something that you can say, boy, I never have access to this. We all have access to it, right? So again, if we're going to talk about the best interest of the child, we have to do these things with common sense, and we have to do these things with intelligence as well, because we can't say best interest of the child and when we look at social research that is done, the research does not support the determinations. It don't make sense. It don't make sense. So, anyways, at the end of the day, we're going to expand on everything. We're going to include everything in here. So it is the one document that is going to be considered the law. You have the Constitution, and you have all of the rule of law in the single document. You don't have to go and buy 5 books in order to know what the law is, right? And like we said before, the law is going to be a part of the curriculum of all schools. You cannot come up as a student through the education system and you don't know what the laws are. That don't make no sense. No farmer sense. So we have to set standards as a nation and get away from this Westminster way of thinking, this colonial way of thinking, that the only reason to go to school is to go make some money. What happens when you can't make money? That is where a lot of people get stuck, because their focus was simply school, job, money. And when one or more parts of that don't work out, then you find yourself in a jam, a big jam, where you have to go now find some alternative means of satisfying that goal. School and work. Terrible. Terrible. And one of the worst part of it is that you have to pay to learn in many cases. And when you're done pay and you learn, you come out and you can't even use the skill that you paid for because it is too competitive or there is no jobs. Right? So we have to change that mentality. We have to change that structure, that outlook as a people. We need to become producers. So I ask what the man then when I take care of them kids. So when we talk about family matters, let me talk about that for a second, right? And we have to include these things. Delinquent fathers who go out there and run up the numbers and cannot be found. We have to look at this from a wholesome perspective, right? But let me talk about the man them first. We have to have penalties for people who destabilize society. We can't just say, well, because the woman them a get jacket, then, you know, them are going to get punished. No, the man them too. If you figure out, say, your child, because like we put in one section, paternity is going to be mandatory. As soon as you pick the ban, DNA is going to be established to see who is the child's father. Right? The mother, you can't run away. It'll come out of you. So you don't know who are the mother. But for the father, DNA immediately. Once that is complete, if the man decides to him not take care of the picnic, there has to be consequences. And we can take examples from other countries on ways we can deal with this. We don't have to send police out to go lock up the man. You create social avenues where bank accounts get frozen, right? If a certain time pass and you don't make amends and start do your fatherly duties or start support the child, then you have to have some social consequences. Either bank accounts, you know, get affected, or jobs get affected, or any kind of registration for car, anything that has to do with a social nature where you have to come out and you have to go do something. You make it difficult so that people do what they're supposed to do. And you go out there and go enjoy yourself, you know. So you have to take on all responsibility that comes as a result, right? So That being said, everybody have to face similar penalties, whether it be the man or the woman, because again, we are going to get rid of the whole jacket situation. It cannot continue like this. If we as a country need to have one lab, right? Or two, where we do our own DNA testing. We don't need to send it out, we don't need to do it. If we need to do paternity and DNA testing, it should be very simple. Very simple. And we should provide that as a public service. What happens to women who abort without the man's consent? In situations like that, if you are not a family, if you are not living together, again, these are intricate matters, right? Where we define what a family is. Because I'm going to touch back on that in a second. In the current system, if you are not married, right, the child has to be legitimated. DNA has to prove that you are the father. Or the court has to determine in some way that you are the father. And then they start, placing orders in place. Now, when we talk about other measures that needs to be taken, right? As it concerns women intentionally getting rid of a child, that is something that has to be considered if you are a family, if you are living together, as we said, more than a year or two. And let's say a woman and a man live in a house, and the woman say, boy, she don't want a picnic. The man technically have a say, but the man can't have a say in that he must force her to have the child. That is not something that we as the public can say, we have to allow this or we have to stop this. Because the situations are so dynamic. What if it's life-threatening to the woman? What if it's a situation where the relationship, is getting sour? We don't know any of that. So we can't force somebody to say, well, if you breed, you have to carry the child, or if you carry the child, or let's flip it around. What if the man don't want the child, but the woman want it? And then when the child come now, the woman will put the man on child support. Again, how are we going to know and determine those situations? It has to end up in a court. Because otherwise, what is the alternative? We would create too strict of a law. Right? That's the problem. So, we have the highest jacket in the world. That is true. And it has been reported by not only the local media, but international media. Like, people are foreign in all different countries asking, what is a jacket? And everybody will laugh because it's not even something where, should be revered. So, there are certain things that technically, yes, we can make a law for these things, but it will come back down to bite us. If, for example, if we put a law in place that says no abortion, what happened to those who get in a crime situation, right? What about those who end up in all sorts of situations that is, you have unwanted children, right? That becomes a big problem. And then now, let's say the woman can't take care of the child. She's not ready. But yet still, she went out and she did whatever, right? Yes, we can institute consequences, but now we are getting into people's private life and tell them what to do. Right? What if you have a tribal thing going on? And now, what are we going to do about that? Now, we're going to infringe on tribal rights? You see, it gets very hairy when we start going too far into what people can do as a right. Yeah, man, definitely accountability on both sides. Definitely accountability, but we don't want to be too strict as a society where we are forcing situations onto people, especially when it comes to family matters. The biggest problems, we can definitely solve them. The situation with the jacket, easy paternity at birth. Paternity at birth. If, for example, let's say the man breed the woman, man cannot be found, but she knows his name, he can be subpoenaed. The court subpoena him, and them find out if a female child. Case done, right? In the case of the whole jacket thing, that gone. Because once the paternity determined, you know who the father is. So the only thing left is to raise the child. The determination of who raised the child, you know, is it going to be a household? Is it going to be a single parent? Is it going to be the state? Is it going to be whatever? Right? Adoption, options, etc., etc. But apart from that, we can't tell people how to raise a child and all of that. Right? The other part of this, that again we are touching on the effects of societal influence, right? Like nowadays, a lot of females are getting impressed by vanity, right? Somebody have something, or a man have something where she want, and she's more open to get herself into a dangerous situation where she might not want, right? On top of the fact that they are contraceptives. So if you don't want to end up in a situation where you are now battling about a child, you have the option of contraceptives. So you should not get yourself in those situations, but people still do. People still do. A part of that now is what happens before all of that. Before them become of age and before them become, you know, cognizant of making these decisions. We need to have not only education in schools about social development, but also independent organizations that talk about these things, right? Family dynamic. They talk about, you know, teenager interaction, you know, something that we can put in place that we can say, okay, we not just allow them to just run around like a wild hog, right? We have social structure where children can actually, and when we say children, we talk about teenagers, you know, from then on probably 13 or 14. We have to start getting involved in that way, you know, getting the uncomfortable conversations them in front of them face. Because if we know a lot of Jamaicans are uncomfortable talking to their children about, you know, sex or, you know, diseases and them kind of something there. Them no want to talk about it. Them just want to tell them, say, yo, no come here with no belly, or, you know, make sure you no breathe nobody and all them. So, like, that is not how you talk to a child. So if we want responsible children, we have to have those uncomfortable conversations. We have to get them used to talking about these things and understanding the implications of what can come after you make these decisions. So if we have these social institutions that are out there teaching not only how they can live in better, you know, like we talked about the other day, teaching the public basic hygiene, right? That can become a part of our social endeavor, where we say, all teenagers, right? Saturday evening at 5 o'clock, or Saturdays at noon, right? No, we're talking about possibilities, right? Like we can say Saturdays at noon, you know, we can have a program on TV, or we can have an institution where, you know, we're calling all of the teenagers, them or whoever, whatever demographic, right? And you talk about all these topics, one topic a day, you come back next week, we talk about, you know, a different topic. You know, what is dating? Why would you date? You know, what are the stages? You know, what if you like the person and, you know, what if it lead to kissing? What if it, and you go through the stages and all them something, and, you know, you make it a comfortable conversation where it is not just isolated to those with a problem. It is inclusive of everybody. So the one them were uncomfortable, and the one them were curious, and the one them were want to know but them not talk, everybody in the same space. And when everybody uncomfortable, what? It eases the pressure off of everybody. So them now if you hide and attack and hide and do this, hide and do that, everything now becomes in the open. Let me give an example of some of the things that can change, right? A lot of males, because they don't have that male support group, they are socially awkward. Like, them don't know how to start a conversation, they don't know how to maintain a conversation, they don't know how to interact with their peers. You know, them used to talk to them friend, but when it comes to a stranger, them don't know how to interact and how to socialize. And if we don't have that icebreaker, right? If we don't have that institutional concept where we say, okay, let us introduce the two genders. Introduce the two genders where they have comfortable conversations, they know exactly what's going on, you know, all of these things that are so-called taboo to talk about in the home, it is wide open in this arena where people are curious, people get to, you get to me I say? So you break the ice where you don't just have those who are mentally aggressive out there just running wild, right? Now you start creating value. You start creating value systems. You start creating intellectual barriers where people are not just out there because they can make a few dollars in some cases, or they can get some KFC, or they can get this here or whatever it is. All of these material things, we need to separate them from society and interact solely on a connection basis. Right. Exactly. The moral upbringing of our youth is not there. It is not there. And if we don't have that moral upbringing, that is when we start having these breakdowns in society, because there is no connection. There is no common ground. I mean, it is all over the world, you know. Don't get me wrong. But in other places, you have institutions that are more readily available. Like, you know, in Canada or the States or, you know, some of these other places, you might have, you know, institutionalized, you know, psychologists and these people who are readily available because of insurance and whatever. Not in Jamaica. In Jamaica, you probably try to go to a guidance counselor and then just listen to what you're saying, one and two something, and you're gone. Right? You don't have an institution to support nation building and society building. Teen talk. Okay. Well, we need to bring that back. And that's what I mean by community building. We can't just look at everything as a problem. And I said, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. How do we fix it? How do we... It's just like you have a habit or you have an addiction. You don't get rid of a habit. You replace the habit with something positive. You don't get rid of an addiction. You replace the addiction with something else. So it is the same thing within society. You don't get rid of a bad thinking or a bad habit. It just disappear. You have to replace it with something that you deem to be positive. Right? So again, so these are some of the things that we can work on as a society, rather than point the finger or just problem. We need to come up with solutions. We need to come up with ways that we can actually accomplish goals as a people, right? So that way we can get away from the 9 to 5 and turn it into a shorter work day too. We don't need to be working all day. We don't. Now, because we are so used to working, a lot of people are gonna say, so if me not gotta work, what me I go do? If me not have to work until the sun go down, what me I go do? If me not have to work until Friday, then what me I go do? Me I go just sit down and look so. I want to go there and make some money. Again, money is not a goal. It is hard sometimes to change our thinking, you know. But we as a people, if we want to change the things around us, we have to think about our experiences. That is really what we are after. You want the money if you can buy some KFC. You want the money if you can buy a car. You want the money if you can down pay on a house. It is not the money you want. It is the experience of acquiring something or acquiring an experience. So the goal should be what you're trying to get, not the money. Not, because what can the, all right, let's say the shop them lock and the bank close. What can the money do? What can the money do? A lot of people don't comprehend collective effort, collective effects. That's true. And sometimes it takes seeing it. It takes seeing the thing in action before some people can really comprehend how it really works. Exactly. You cannot, if the shop them lock and the bank lock, what can you do with money? Nothing. Nothing. You can't eat it. You can't spend it. You can't, I mean, maybe you can go under it if you have enough and maybe get warm. But, or make a fire. Yeah, you can make a fire with it. You get the message? So it is not the money that you actually want. It is the experience of what the money can do for you. And that is what you should focus on. Get the money thing out of your head. That is what keeping you stuck. Another simple thing, right? There are a lot of inventors in Jamaica. In all areas. Let's say this guy, what's his name? He make like a range extender for vehicles. So it convert water and electrolytes into fuel. Harlow Main, that's his name, right? And I used to watch his videos where he's showing his progress and him collaborate with other people like chemists in Jamaica. And I mean, I say, when I see him going around and interacting with different people and they are giving their ideas and showing him certain things and then them come together and collaborate and the thing work, and me I say, yo, some people where, like I said before, them pay for them education, them go through the system, but you can't find a job. You don't have the money to go overseas to go pursue further education or get a job. So now you have that knowledge and it just sit down there. And then somebody comes along and they need what you have acquired in your brain that you have just played around with. Just willy-nilly, here and there, you might do little chemistry and whatever. It's cool. But now somebody comes around with an actual practical idea that they are stuck and you have the missing piece of that knowledge. And you apply it and now you have now allowed that individual to move further on in their progression. I mean, I say, I start research and I look up other people who are doing things in the development world and the innovative world in Jamaica. And much of them are not covered. They're not going to be covered on TV because much of what they're doing is not complete things. Like they have a piece of the puzzle, but they don't have a way to materialize it, right? So we have a lot of talent in Jamaica. But the problem is we don't have an avenue where people can expand their knowledge and build upon it. My name is Lawful. Welcome.
Wagwan.
Yeah, I'm there, you know.
Yeah, that's you're heading in a good direction with the conversation that you start. I'm here and I'm listening. I was like, yeah, you're heading in a good direction. I just jump on to say real quick, um, the it's so crazy because I was watching someone live the other day and they were talking about a stock that just went is going to do an IPO. I guess it's called Qantas or whatever. I'm not sure the name,
Mhm.
but the person went on. I was asking a few questions because I was like, okay, I'm interested or whatever. And the person was like, okay, the company is not in Jamaica, but of course it's a Jamaican owned, I guess in Bahamas or something like that of the sort. So
Mhm.
I'm asking, who the CEO, what she said, it's you have to invest in company that not just a Jamaican company, and which we understand they have other assets all over and so forth, so forth. But
Mhm.
I want to make the point that yes, Jamaica have a lot of value, and we allow others to come in and extract that value from us.
Mhm.
What I say that to say this. Not so long ago, Jamaica was just what like 2 million, and Jamaica impact the world.
Mhm.
Jamaica impact on the world is beyond a lot of company that's bigger than the size of Jamaica. So if Jamaica can build Jamaica and Jamaicans, the world will come to Jamaica.
Of course, we're
And
already
and,
coming
and,
to
and
us.
it can go everywhere else because Jamaica is a brand by itself.
Right.
And the power of Jamaican and the influence is beyond. Every time you go anywhere, Jamaicans, oh, they all over it. They're
Mhm.
all over you before they get to know you. You're Jamaican. You're a brand.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? But we allow others to come in and extract from us and take elsewhere, and then we're like, nothing a day I know. May I go over some? Yep. You didn't bring anything here. What did you create here?
Right.
And I understand. Yes, it goes along with the economic the economics of like okay, they're not enough money is not circulating in the country because a certain class or status quo is keeping it in a certain level where if you're beneath that you don't get to touch it or see it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I understand that, but there's Jamaicans that have buku bucks all over the world. And if
Mhm.
Jamaicans want to build Jamaica, it can happen. We as Jamaicans, we don't always have to wait on say, oh yeah, the government this or government that. We could do it ourselves if we really wanted to do it. Because we're a very smart people, but at the same time, I feel like there's a lot of complainers as well. Like
Right.
you're complaining, but what are you doing? What
Exactly.
are you doing? What is your contribution to the problem that you're complaining about? You
Right.
understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So I'm just here and I'm meddling with you because um, the other day I saw this guy, I guess he's selling food or whatnot, and he I guess he's more like a handicap or so what, like his limbs are cut or whatever. But this man was in this kitchen cooking up a storm.
Mhm.
And it was like, oh, he just need like funds to further the business and take it to the next level. And but he doesn't have that strength of funds to really propel it to where he want to propel it to where he have a few people help him out and generate some more money. Not they fail to understand the power of small enterprise, small to medium enterprise business. and how the impact that they have on Jamaica on a whole. See, everyone is always so foreign minded until we have to come home. But what did you build home?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
So I'm not gonna hold up. I can talk to that, but you go ahead and do your thing, man. I'm here.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself. Thanks for the input. All right, cool. Yeah, I mean, I talk about this quite a bit, that we have, Jamaicans have an impact on every single country that we lay foot on. Somebody made a comment the other day that they have not been to a country in the world yet that Jamaicans did not open a restaurant. And they were saying that, you know, there are places, let me tell you, I've been to New York, right? I used to live in New York for a while. And people in New York, whether they want to be Queens or Brooklyn, you don't have a whole lot of cultural things in a Manhattan. Everything is corporatized. But I saw people trying to imitate a Jamaican restaurant. When I say imitate, let me explain to you. The place is owned by Chinese, and they had one Jamaican that worked at the place. And the guy left because they wanted to change how he's cooking and put Chinese things in it. But they kept the sign to say Jamaican cuisine. And within the space of 2 months, nobody was going there, not even to buy Chinese food. And they thought that just by watching him, they could have made the same food. And people don't realize sometimes, you can have all the ingredients, but if you don't have that cultural knowledge of how to prepare our food, it is not going to work. It is just like you are making cake, right? If you put too much water, if you put too much egg, if you put too much of anything or too less of anything, you're not going to have a proper product. People will see Jamaicans and they must say, anybody can throw something on a grill. That is true. So why are people from all over the world coming to Jamaica to come eat food? People literally, left hundreds of miles, sometimes all the way across the globe, to come eat food at Jamaica. Literally, just to come eat some food. Because it is being said that Jamaica have the best jerk chicken, jerk pork, KFC, rice and peas, curry chicken. They don't want chicken curry, They want curry chicken. So it is not a lack of passion. It is not a lack of ambition. It is not a lack of talent. We have everything in Jamaica, It is just a lack of support. Right, Axdale. Exactly, where ancestors tell you how much spice we use. When time, like for example, you have the Mexican them and I call the other one them. The Italian them. They love jalapeno, right? Excuse me. One day this guy asking me, I say, man, I could put jalapeno on the jerk chicken, and I said no. I said you have to use Scotch bonnet pepper. I said if you put jalapeno on it, it is not going to taste like jerk chicken. And he might argue, and I say I'm not arguing with you. Try it. Go and see. So I season one piece of chicken and him season the rest. And nobody wanted to eat the chicken because him a figure say just one ingredient is not going to make much of a difference. So, anyways, at the end of the day, we have the talent, we have the resources, we have the will, we have the spirit, we have the ancestors, we have the culture, we have the land. We literally have everything. The only problem is we're not doing anything collectively. Years ago, someone bring up apothecary. Come tenant in our own yard. Years ago, as I was traveling across Jamaica, I realized something. Some of you might get some ideas as well. Only for ideas, but again, you have to strategize. I noticed people start getting lazy. You see, in our older times, people might say, hey, because you're old. No problem. In our older times, people now wake up late. Yes, none of them are going to work, but guess what? If at 6 o'clock, people are come catch bus or catch taxi, somebody out the road a sell tea, them a sell soup, them a sell fritters, them a sell fried dumpling, them a sell boiled egg, them a sell coffee. Somebody out there with mint tea a sell. As early as it be, then just want to figure out when people are going to work. And recently, I look at me and say, it is only a very few places you will find somebody out very early preparing or have prepared food. Right, you will have porridge. You don't really have prepared food for people who are traveling very early. So I say, I'm going to relay this information. I don't know if that individual is watching. I mentioned it to someone, right? And I said, look at it. A perfect business opportunity. Just open up a food place, and instead of opening up the entire day and competing with everyone else, just open at the times that people are not. Get up from 4 o'clock and start prepare your food. So by 5:30, 6 o'clock, your food ready. Anybody who are going to work early, them have proper breakfast to eat. Solid breakfast. So, someone heard the idea, and instead of trying that, they just went and opened a food place. Right? And the food place did not last. It closed down within a year. Right? Oh, Damien, that's what you do? Perfect. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you have competition? Do you have competition with your business? Not a lot. You see, when we talk about business and innovation, it is not what you think is going to make money, Because in our brain, everything is perfect. All we have to do is this and all we have to do is that. But when we apply the idea to the physical reality where we have to interact with people and we have to socialize and we have to adjust, that idea quickly goes out the window. It was just a concept and a beginning. Right? So it is the same with anything that you want to do a business venture. You don't go out there just because you see somebody else making money. just because you see somebody else doing it. Yes, you can do it too. That is true, but it is going to be exceedingly more difficult for you to do the same thing, because that individual that you see, not only did they come up with the idea, now they have experience, sometimes years of experience. Before you get up and think, say, yeah man, we can do that. It is not always the case. Someone simply making fritters, you might see and think that is easy. You don't know what that individual is using to make their fritters. You come around, yeah, make regular fritters, just like a saltfish, little onion and scallion and little thyme. Boom, yeah, make saltfish. You don't get as much customers. Again, you don't have the experience to know just yet. You have to gain experience over time. So, no matter where you start, and again, it doesn't matter where you start. As long as you start, the experience you gain over time, you go to build upon your experience. Sometimes you go sit down and you go say, yo, you know, say, boy, I could have really use some more business, you know. Right? Everyone I try to compete and I close down. Exactly. You don't compete. You try to refine yourself. You refine your actions. You refine how you portray yourself and your product to the world. And you might sit down and say, boy, you know, say, I could have used some more business, you know. And guess what? Here is one thing that people don't think about. Typically. Not everyone, you know, typically. Let's use the same thing, a food establishment. Let's say you have the capability of providing 20 people with breakfast, right? 20 let's say 30. You can supply 30 customers with porridge, right? What happened when one day come, when 50 people come, one after the other, next, what you gonna do? When the pot of porridge run out, how long is it going to take you to make another one? Let's say a banana porridge you make. And you make it a certain way. How long is it going to take you? By the time you make one next pot of porridge, everybody gonna work. You see what I'm talking about? There is such a thing as too much business. There is such a thing as disappointing your customers. Sometimes you can have a bad day. You can throw a little bit too much salt in your pot. It can be a little bit too fresh. But you not think about that, you know. You a think say, I just a regular day, man. And next day I come through. You don't know if that individual who patronized your establishment, that was their first experience and their first impression of you. So, people don't think about these things. I remember someone was telling me about an experience. You know, some people, sometimes they want to talk, you know. They just want to talk. Just like a female sometimes just want to talk. They don't want to hear solutions to the problem. They just want to vent. Right? So the individual, I said, boy, them don't want to have too much product because them can't keep it. It's something perishable. Right? So I say, let's say you have too much product. Are you losing? Let's say you have 50 of a product and you typically sell 30. Are you losing by throwing away the 20? And them say no. So I say, so what the problem? Them say, but it go to waste. So I say, you see this covetous nature, that is what is holding us back sometimes. That energy we are project out, that is what is holding a lot of people back. If you are not losing, it is always better to have than not to have. I think a little time, I go one place and they have one menu. And I say, yeah man, may I get some brown stew chicken today. We don't have that. Right. Alright. Let me get to my oxtail. Oxtail just done. So I say, so what you have a menu up for? What upon the menu where you have? Ungla fried chicken and brown stew gravy. So, if I'm my first time at that place, you think me I really want to go back, especially at lunchtime? So, again, it is not everywhere, you know. But when that happen, is a problem for somebody who not used to the place or used to when to go and when not to go, or for call or for whatever. I can go on and on with these examples, but the point here is when we have people who are out there trying to start businesses. I'm going to give one more example. Just one more. There was a market that I used to go to, right? A small market, like a one-off thing. And me say, you know something? Me not really have no favorite. Because, you know, sometimes you have somebody who you deal with because whatever, their demeanor, their attitude or whatever. So, you go just kind of gravitate and just keep on after one somebody the way you go to. If you can purchase certain things. So I say, you know something? I'm not going to discriminate. I'm going to go to each day, when I plan to go to a place there, I go one different somebody. And I can say this. You see, people don't realize, especially people who are not, I'm not going to say, how am I put this? There are some people who them not realize, say them are shun away their customers. Just the way how them talk, just the way how they are not understanding, just the way how them aggressive and just carry themselves, they not realize, say, I know everybody is going to like that. Right? And the different vendors I went to, again, I had to realize that it is just like in a regular everyday society. You're going to go to one place and you're not going to like the experience. Simply, most of the time, because of one person. One attitude can change your mind from something. Everybody else could be good enough, but the one bad apple, I go change your mind and say, you know something, me nah go back over there so. Me nah go back in another store there. Me nah buy from that somebody there again. Because of the one attitude. And even when they might see other people, we say, like them are distance themselves, they are still not getting it. And some people, again, everybody have their own personality, but sometimes, you see, when you're in a business, it is good that you are not a part of business operations. Sometimes you have to do that, you know. Sometimes you have to start and you have to do it before you can train somebody and put somebody in a, operations. But you see, generally speaking, if you have a business, if you can, hire somebody and make them work in the business. You have take yourself out of that. That should really be a goal. You can manage your business, you know, but you're not supposed to do everything and operate everything. It clouds your judgment. So these people who are out there who don't realize they are the own demise of their own business, it is because they are in the operations and then feel like it's just because some people put up with them that it's okay for everybody. And it is not. It is not. So anyways, those are some of the things that we can use as learning moments and teaching our people to change how they do things. And sometimes there are barriers to entry as well, where people might want to go to vending and whatever, and you have the government enforcing that you need a permit or you need a license or you need this or you need that just to make a few dollars. Sometimes you can't even afford the fee for a so-called license. So you have to kind of hide under their thing. That's why some people with their hand cat and them something. I have seen it where the police go out there and them mash up people's stall, then take with them goods, them confiscate whatever. And because you didn't have a license or you didn't have permission to so-called go do that, to make your own living, nothing come out of it. Nothing comes out of it. So now, the little investment where you have it gone. And I don't know what they do with the produce, but I'm almost certain they did not dash it away. Almost certain them not dash it away. So, it is unfortunate. Those are some of the things we need to change. We can't have the natives who want to make a living out there suffering because of lack of a so-called license. Apothecary.
Yeah, lawful, General.
Lawful, welcome.
All right, so earlier me I talked about the family and fathers and mothers in terms of playing roles in children's life, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm also wondering, we should have a section where the parent or the elderly is protected by some form of act if they are very, where you say, a part of that child's development. So when that person become elderly now, in return, that child should be have at some form of responsibility to come back around and help that child. Not only because him feel to do it, but because there's an act that says, hey, if I support you through primary, tertiary, yeah, you're supposed to come back around, and even a fraction of what you earn supposed to can go to me and my survival as a parent.
Well, so
Because while I'm not saying that it has to be X amount, but the truth is a lot of parents can put out their all for the kids, and then the kids is not, there's no law saying that the kids have to come around and do anything back for them. So I'm saying that for some protection, because if you had that money and you started a business or you invested it in something, you probably will get in a return at the end of that. But with this child, is just you just grow him up because you make him come here, and that's it.
but that
There's
is
no
the
return for
thing.
you.
That was a choice to bring the child here. The child
Right,
didn't
and it's
ask to
also a
become here.
choice. Right, but it's also a choice to give him a good life and also a good education and a good start in life as well. So
All
even
right,
though
so
it's mandatory, so you're supposed to take care of your child.
so there is a section in the Constitution that talks about education, and education in the Constitution now is all the way up to college level.
Right.
So it is free, right? Now, as far as support for the child is concerned, right? That would be somewhat immoral to say that the child is indebted to you because you took care of the child and the child now becomes an adult.
All right.
However, hold on.
All right. Yeah.
Hold on. One more point on that. I think it is better to have an institution for elderly, right? Where once you get past a certain age, the state would have an institution or housing where if you so choose, you can be a part of that community, the elderly community, right? But I don't think we would want to put that burden on an individual to say, you have to take care of your parent.
And that's why I say a fraction, not fully, because at the end of the day, what you just mentioned about the constitution for Jamaica, what we're trying to establish, right? I'm saying that what if this child desire to go outside of Jamaica and the tuition is X amount, and the parents have to find that tuition now, and all of the things that comes with him being abroad, she being abroad. I mean, the person could have been, you know, spending that money on themselves, and they choose to do it for you. So in return, a small fraction, just like we have to pay certain taxes that we never benefit from in Jamaica. And when I need to go in on it, but there are taxes that come out of our pay, and we don't really get much out of it. Some of us will never benefit from it. So that is what I'm saying. Just a small fraction, whether 3% or 2%, 5%. I mean, just a small amount.
Well,
Because remember, as a parent, and you're putting all of what you do. You say, all right, now push my child to the highest level, supporting him in every way possible, right? And then at the end of this day, this child can just come and say, hey, listen, it's not my responsibility to look at you.
that's true.
And you'd be now left at the mercy of society when you spend. Then society can be Jamaican society can be very harsh when they want to, and sometimes be very pitiful. But I'm saying you at least want to know that there is something there, some sort of edge to say, listen, at least I'm guaranteed this. If this child is able to work and is working, at least at 2%, 3%, not asking for much. And that's all. That's my take on it for now.
Okay. So
Because as a father, you're responsible to take care of your child, right? It's
yeah,
a
man,
your
I get the concept.
responsibility.
I get the concept. The thing is that, when we create these laws, we have to ensure that it is uniform, right? It is something that it doesn't just apply to a certain subset of people. So if we make this across the board, where we are now because this is the creation of a liability, The thing is, if we put something like this in place, right, and we would now have to now put an additional burden on the state, in terms that, let's say, for example, what you suggest, we put it into law, right? What happened now if, let's say, you accumulated whatever sums of money, and now you have a bank account? What happens with those funds?
I don't sure if I follow, but if you, I probably want to break it down a bit more. I don't sure if I
Yeah,
follow.
all right. So let's say the 3% is mandated. So the child
Right.
is working. So all right, let's say you have to be age 55, right, before that goes into effect,
Right.
and you are getting this 3% every month, right? Now, you might not need to use all of the funds, because you might have proper housing, you might have all of the necessities. You just need basic for buy food or whatever, because whatever, right? Now, let's say again you're not using all of it, so maybe let's say 3% end up being, I don't know, $30,000 a month, $50,000 a month, whatever. They're in another country earning more, so their 3% is probably a larger sum. So now you now have, let's say, $5 million in the bank. Something happens, that individual is no longer around. What happens to that estate? That now becomes an estate, right? Where the child, either the child or whatever. Let's say you have 3 children. Now they possibly entitled to that sum. Now, if they don't set up private things in place, now the government gets involved again. Because obviously the government cannot take it, the banks cannot take it. So now, if all the children are out of the country, and now the government needs to hold that fund and keep an account and do all of these things, you have to think beyond that as well. And also, is there a cap on it? Let's say you need a certain amount to live comfortably. Let's say you only need $30,000 a month to live comfortably with. Now you're accumulating more than you need, and you start abusing that system. Then what?
All right. So let me use a comparison then. So for me, when I said a fraction, you're right. It can become more than you need. However, there can be a subsection that state that listen, the parent or the guardian can actually sign a document that this is the amount. I know that a third of it would be $100,000, but hey, I only need 50%. So it can be a situation of conscience from the angle of the parent towards the child. Right? Secondly, what you just stated is the same thing as all the housing trust we do. You can draw the money from the individual and they don't must come up for the retroactive when the time comes. When but it's still there.
So you're
Enough person don't come for it. Enough person don't take it, but it is still there for them. And some person that even knows that it's there. Same way.
exactly that is my other
Right.
point.
So right. So that's what I'm saying. We're currently actually having it happening right now. So it's not, it wouldn't be far-fetched to say it can be remedied in the future. So that's why I'm saying to you that we just want to protect the elderly as well. We can't just be thinking about the young one. We know they're the future. But hey,
Right.
we have to respect.
I get that
The,
part, but I am more thinking of the lines of, requiring, because that is almost like a tax, like a living tax. I am looking more on the side that the state itself should provide for the elderly, not the children. I don't think that a child should be burdened with that. No, if for example we say we want to put together a fund, like a pension fund or something that will care for the elderly, once they get to a certain age, I think everybody should participate into something like that, if that is the case. But to say directly that
but wouldn't that come off as, but wouldn't that come off as a tax because you will get it to
yeah,
be added to everyone piece? Okay, well, all right, fine.
yeah,
Once it's going to be a tax that's adjusted and put onto everybody pay slip, so it's a pooled just like how the NHD will be pooled or any other and the NIS or so, fine. But that money should be used for the elderly, fine. But currently there's nothing like that in place.
right,
And why I'm saying this is because I have an experience that somebody close to me, elderly close to me, and I was grown up in the same community as their child, and the child don't look at them, do not look at them, and it's so hurtful to see that now that the community have to come together and probably help out, assist, and when the child does come around and say, listen, mommy, all right, mommy, it hurts. So I think we can sit down and watch things like this reoccur and don't do nothing about it. We just have to just say, listen, since we're formulating something here, put it into it as well. So
right,
because I can only talk from my community,
mm-hmm,
right? I
right,
can't talk for another man, right? So I'm just saying that we know that every community almost experiences the same thing. There is that
right,
one elderly that need help, and that's that one parent where do the all for the kids and the child never turn around and say thanks. So I don't want that to be. And it was so funny that when I came on, that was what you were talking about kids and
yeah,
fathers and mothers. And I was like, you know what? I guess it's time to say this.
yeah,
But
man.
yeah, that's just my little piece on it.
That's a good one, because I don't there wasn't an elderly section that I can remember writing. So that is a section that definitely needs to be there, but I think it needs to be uniform, where it is guaranteed, rather than a responsibility for any person to be delinquent about it.
Definitely.
Yeah, man.
All right, thanks, man. Blessed.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself. Thanks for the input. Yeah, so we're going to include an elderly section. So we protect our elderly and also have them inclusive in society and not just an outlier, just sit down and watch them life go by at the end. Right? So investment, lawful, welcome.
Yes, sir. Lawful. May I listen to the last person that was spoke to you a while ago?
Yeah.
And when I hope we could have had the conversation, but while you were talking with him,
Okay.
because he went on to explain that he saw something in his community where that brings him to that point where he's thinking that the child must support the parent.
Mm-hmm.
However, but you rightly suggest to him that that should have been the government, not the child, because at the end of the day, with the situation here in Jamaica now, with the lower class, middle class, and upper class, let's use an example for the lower class.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever a child from a lower class has to get up and work, if that lower class parent didn't provide for him to go through school, or let's say them go through school and get their medication, and then now have to come up and work and have the burden of the parent plus their life, and if they had kids, that parent only making that child's life harder.
Right.
I don't know if the gentleman who spoke a while ago thought about that, but in essence, and you were allowed, you are almost saying to him that we brought the children here, so we have to prepare their future for them
Mm-hmm.
and make sure they have a good future. And at the same time, we're doing that for them, we have to prepare a future for ourselves
Right.
that we can maintain ourselves after we pass the retirement age.
Mm-hmm.
So that, as you rightly said, that would be an added burden. Well, why I'm saying no, that would be an added burden to the child. I think we need to have the mindset as a society that our children are not slave for us.
Right.
We're supposed to bring them in and bring them in a better world so that they can have a better life.
Right.
However, all right, I think we said enough on that. The other things I'm going to say in the first place is the fact that we were talking about the opportunities and the inventors and stuff like that. And the gentleman came on and said Jamaicans are too talented when he came on first. But I think is not, yes, we have the talent and sometimes we have the ambition, but the support. And I think the problem with that is because everybody in Jamaica is all now, well, at this point in time, everybody is thinking about themselves only.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's not benefiting them, or they don't think that, to me, they don't look ahead of tomorrow.
Yeah.
Right. So whenever a man come up with an idea or an invention or something, or have the skill to do something, and if he isn't even go, because I have been in the situation where I have suggest stuff that will good, but all right. For example, before the housing market take this boom in Jamaica,
Mm-hmm.
the same idea where we're building these prefab house, I bring it up with a group of guys and I pointed out to them. I even went and made the template, and I suggest to them, okay, listen, we can do this, and we can all make money, but we have to do the model house first, so that people can see what we can do. And
Right.
this was the plan. If we are going to work together, we have to collectively work together and put up this model house so we can advertise the work that we can do. And believe me, my friend, it failed because they couldn't give up a month's pay. They didn't look at the long term, because if we had this model house put up, as I said, I made it. I had the template and everything made, the mold,
Right.
and they couldn't give up a month's pay for us to put up this model house to show the rest of Jamaica that we can do this.
Mm-hmm.
And when you talk to these gentlemen and they said, "Oh, boss, we can't. Every week we have to carry money, blah blah blah." I say, "So you can't sacrifice one week, 1 month, so that you can make more money?"
Right.
They couldn't do it.
You
So
see,
all right. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, for a lot of people, taking a risk in Jamaica is almost like deciding whether you want to eat or not.
I agree.
So and even though it is possible, some people are looking at it as, boy, I really want to go through the hardship here right now. Suppose it not. The first thing come to a lot of people mind that I realize in Jamaica, boy, why if it not work? What if it not work? It's never, so this can't work? Yeah, man, this can't work.
All right. I got you. But the thing is this, it's not like I had this plan of just coming out of the ear with it and say, we were there. These are guys that work for me. We're on a construction site, which we have done the building.
Mm-hmm.
So they know the potential where I could have taken them to. And just because they could not sacrifice that 1 month pay,
Mm-hmm.
they abandoned the plan.
Hey,
Because it's a day as far as a lot of Jamaican is concerned, it's a hand to mouth thing they need.
right,
And they can't see beyond that.
right.
Okay. So, all right, back to the same invention. How are we going to promote or to motivate back the inventors that are here? And how are we going to get people to come on board to support these initiatives?
Well, the first thing is that we need to create an environment for that, right? When we say we have the talent, that alone is not going to do anything. We have to create an environment and opportunities where
Exactly.
people can bring that talent in, and we can combine the talent to formulate some kind of product or service, right? So, for example, I did not know. You see, before the guy with the gas
Hydrogen.
extender, yeah,
Mhm.
I have up to that point I did not know that people are in Jamaica who can build a car.
Yeah, a lot of people in Jamaica can build a lot of things, even good and bad.
Right. Right. I saw someone, I only saw one video of it and I couldn't find it back after. Someone had built a helicopter.
Mm-hmm.
And I said to myself, well, on the man, where are they getting this knowledge from? Because there is no manufacturing in Jamaica. None. None in terms of innovation and technology. You have University of West Indies and you have these
UTech.
institutions, right? But you cannot graduate UTech. You're not going to have all the requisite skills to build anything.
This is true.
You will know piece of this and piece of that. But so when we see people with nothing, like literally scraps, and then they go get aluminum, they go get this, they go get that, then weld this together, then take them time, and when then done build, it work, and not even say them a try.
Exactly.
These things work. So I'm like, imagine we had an outlet where the government say, here we're going to buy some material. Tell me what you want. You have a whole heap of different areas we can do development and research and all these things in, right? But because people don't have the material, people don't have the resources, people don't have the power, people don't have the space, people don't have the protection from the outside elements and other people who may be nefarious. If we provide that environment where people can go and just practice their skill, I think that alone we can use to build entire industries out of Jamaica.
Which is true. But then again, I love to say it's the system. The system hold us back.
And
The
that's why
system,
we are looking to build one.
right. The system hold us back. All right. For example, you make mention earlier on about the people who sell or the carts and the people who try to do their own little hustling.
Mm-hmm.
and they're bringing in this. The system is there now where these people can, as you said, maybe they don't have the money to buy a permit. But if they do have an idea, they want to share it or want to build on it, the avenue is not there. And if the avenue, even if the avenue is there are so much red tape to go through to just bring up your local idea or what they would consider your local idea, which could have been a big thing.
Right.
So I agree with you when you say if we can harness our talents and put them to good use, yes, we need to put something in place for that. But I don't know how, because I've been trying to work with a lot of people all over and trying to get them to work. And that's why I asked the question, how are we going to do this? Yes, we know that if you want somebody to move, you have to give them incentive of what they want. But basically, everybody want money right now.
Well, not everybody,
Well, most cases, when they talk to the people about it, that is their thing.
Right. I think in the current state of things, I don't think we can do much because we're going to get a fight.
Obviously.
Institutional fight.
I know.
That is our problem. So I think if we can get past the institutional bureaucracy of things, because again, like this is one of the reasons why we crafted this section in the Constitution that states that if you are out there, for example, making a livelihood, you have less than 5 employees, you don't need a license. You don't need a permit. You don't need all them something there. No, you might need to adhere to like regulations, right? So safety regulations, health-wise regulations and stuff like that. That is completely different. But as far as you having to have or pay money to basically go out there and eat, no. Them things they need to abolish.
Truly abolish. A lot of things here in the system need to be abolished, honestly.
Because
and a lot of it hold back a lot of people. It frustrates a lot of people.
Right. And this is literally coming from colonial times.
All right.
So it is not even something that we can say we can build upon and change. And we don't need a license for somebody I sell some callaloo. Somebody I sell something on a cat. That is foolishness. It is not making enough where it would have an impact on the economy. If people are doing basic things like growing little food and selling it back, that not have nothing to do with what the government's supposed to regulate. As long as it is not causing a danger to people in the public, leave people alone. Now, if you have a build one business and you have 10 employees at work, yes, you need to contribute to the society. You need to give back and support the economy. But you cannot nitpick on every single little thing. Police come and beat down your place and I do it. No.
But why is Jamaican people isn't afforded the same privilege as investors from overseas? You see, that's another holdback. Because when you have investors from overseas comes in, they get so much privilege or so much things which they should be charged for, but they're waived. And when a simple Jamaican try to start a business, they have to go through so much and register so much and pay so much. And not even given the chance to be like a period to say, okay, let's help him to see if the business grow before we can actually start taxing him.
Right. Well,
with the Chinese, I get to understand the Chinese have a 5-year thing where they operate freely without charges. I think, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think I heard about this. I haven't researched it to find out how true it is. But they have the way where they come in and they do the business and they operate freely for 5 years.
I thought it was 2 years.
No, from ever since me I talked to China, them it was like 5 years. We never really investigated.
Possibly. I'm not 100% sure. But I know it was for a period, but not really want to talk too much about the life same way still.
But as I mentioned the life, my brother, guess home if it takes you because I need to come to class. I need to come to class. There are certain things that I mean when we need when we not talk about now, but and there are certain things where I need to be educated from and I realize say yeah, I do this in a class. And I need for the last time you said me for text you, but me not act that tech savvy. So where
Well,
do I text you from?
you
From
have
the
to,
go back from the Vice Jamaica page and email you from there or what?
yeah, yeah, send an email on there and I'll get it.
All right, cool. All
Yeah.
right, lawful, my brother.
Yeah, man, big up yourself. Lawful. Yeah, yeah, we have to create the avenues and the environment to foster change and foster development for our people. And like the gentleman was saying, we have investors that come in or they make contracts with the government and they are able to come to the island and get all kind of leeway and subsidies and whatever else, because yes, of course, they are being taxed, right? And they are given the opportunity to start making money in some cases first before um, they don't have a say if we manufacture cars. Well, that is always an interesting avenue. When we start doing things that other people are doing, you know, that is always an issue. Right, TikTok police. So, when we have manufacturing going on in a country, we start to export more. But that means if we are exporting more, that means we are no longer spending. Right? So if we're no longer spending, that means we can save more and we're supposed to have more for the economy, don't? It has always a snowball effect, For every action, there's a reaction. So they got rid of a lot of the factories that were being built here, even the railroad system. They brought it back somewhat the other day, where you have the train system, but it is not island wide. Why don't they make the train system island wide? Because the trains have been around for hundreds of years now. So how come they only have it from one little section of the island to the next, when this is a system that the Japanese, the Chinese, the Russians, Europeans have been using and continue to use? But little island Jamaica, where not only would it provide for exactly faster and more reliable transportation, so many people would not need to be on the road. It would be almost as if and they're not expensive enough. The trains are not that expensive. So instead of having all these buses and all of these cars on the road, interesting thought. So you see some of the infrastructure that we even have in place, right? You have to wonder, is it intentional infrastructure? Because the other question we need to ask ourselves, right? if we developed Jamaica and there are no more ghetto, there are no more slums, there are no more deplorable places where people can go shine on camera, what would happen? would there be a need for some of these so-called humanitarian organizations to come into the country? Anyways, I don't want to go too far in them thinking there, right? Because it is almost as if it is beneficial to keep the economy of the people in a certain condition and then keep the business at a certain level. So if things get fixed, it appears that it would affect another part of the economy. You see, only in the comment section, I can't even read some of them because I know say them are going to restrict the live. So exactly, there are countries out there who are, or which their leaders and their people. Look how Jamaica is small. Jamaica only has 3 million people. And countries that have 10, 20, 50 million people, they are not having the small problems that we have. And Jamaica is not poor. Jamaica as a country, Jamaica as a brand, Jamaica as a corporate entity, as a government, Jamaica is not poor. Tourism alone. Then you have the tolls, then you have the taxes and the fees. You have all sorts of different avenues where we come up with this thing of GDP. And we are paying a debt that none of us signed off on. None of us signed off on acquiring debt to run the government. But apparently we have to pay the tax to pay it off. And every time we come to a point where we can pay it off, we end up in more debt because we need to develop. But you see, you know, say, if we had solar on every home, right? We don't need power infrastructure. Everyone generates their own power, right? If we had an alternative fuel source, like, let's say we get rid of the gas car them, start importing electric cars, right? And get rid of the use of these so-called fossil fuels. I wonder what impact it would have. No more gas station needed. Imagine we had a train system run all around the island. I wonder what impact that would have. Just interesting thoughts, you know, because we're supposed to be thinking of solutions. So when the time comes, it's not a if, you know. When the time comes, what do we want to put in place? What problems do we want to solve? Because I am pretty sure we can come up with a few problems. The apothecary want to come back up.
What about me?
Investment.
Yes. The topic we had upon, me couldn't make it pass and I say nothing. um, fuel. I'm asking
Yeah.
that question. Which Caribbean country was the first to have electricity?
Jamaica.
Okay. What did we operate our electricity off? What did we use to produce our
I
electricity?
think it was what was it? Wasn't it
Hydro.
coal?
Hydro.
Was it hydro?
Yes. Turbines from the rivers.
Okay.
Right. And what China, Canada, and America are building now with their biggest dams.
Yeah, hydro. I mean, hydro has been around for so long. I don't know why they
Exactly.
haven't been using
But
it.
they're improving on it. And what are they doing now? They have improved on it and they're building bigger and better dams and hydro to provide electricity.
Mm-hmm.
Why did we change from hydro and not improve our system to fuel?
Well, let me ask you a question.
Uh-huh.
Are you sure that we switched?
From hydro?
Mm-hmm.
What I'm sure about is you're playing another fuel class.
Yes, that is what we are told. Have you ever seen the bill?
The bill
Yeah,
for the fuel.
we are told that we are buying a lot of fuel,
Right.
and that is what is being used to power the grid, right?
Right. That is one of the things because all right. Fortunately, you see, I grew up beside one of the hydro plant
Mm-hmm.
and I know how it work. And I'm on top of that, I'm an electrician. So back in the days where the plant is where I used to grow up, we know how that work where it turned by turbine and stuff like that. So then time there, and that was not retrofitted with any generator. We heard about the 1 kilowatt megawatt generator that they install somewhere in. We heard about a couple of them. I don't remember the names where they install them to help with the to provide power all over Jamaica. I think they install about 2 of them, which is natural fuel are 2 or 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, many need to research it. But the point is that we have so many rivers,
Mm-hmm.
and we can build them because we have so many hills and valley, and the rivers run through these hills and valley. It takes nothing to build a dam.
Mm-hmm.
And we can put in more hydro system where we use the turbine and use the river water and produce our current.
Right.
We have so many rivers that we can use that to do. And we are not investing in that, and yet still we're investing in fuel. And I said, yes, we could cut out all of the fuel and go electric. If we go electric, these plant that runs by river could have supplied the power to charge them also. We still
Right.
wouldn't be paying for fuel.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So it brings me back to the point where you say, are these institutions where you ask the question, are they put in place for whatever reason?
Me just
My brother,
ask.
yeah, ask, but it's evident. The trains thing we are talking about, my
Mm-hmm.
brother, we could have, for the amount of money and billions of dollars, we could have underground substation run from city to city, providing an
Long
easy
time.
job a long time.
Long time.
And they know this, but they don't do it. So, as I said, the institutions are put in place for the question still did I ask. Lawful, my
Right.
brother, me gone again.
Yeah, man, big up. Listen, I am glad that it is not just me saying this, because some people will say I may have put ideas in a people's head, right? And it is not me. There are other people out there who have the same thoughts and wondering the same thing, because there is no transparency. There is no way for us to verify anything. We hear say the country are run off of electricity, the country are run off of gas and oil and whatever, whatever. I am just a curious individual, right? So I am just asking the question of why can't we ever see these things for ourselves? Why, why can't we see these things for ourselves? I am not going to co-host. If you want to come up, you can come in the box. But anybody sending a co-host, I am not doing that. So anyways, even with all of the innovation that we have today, like I said, there is no such thing as a lack of technology. These things have been proven. Many of the solutions that are there, they have been proven already. So it's not, the only question would have been, what consulting company would we get to put in some of these systems? Because it is obvious that some of our engineers might not have that skill set specific to implementing certain systems. But with all manufacturers, they have a crew, and they typically can send you out a crew to teach and to do knowledge transfer for local engineers. So none of this is inherently hard to implement. It is just a matter of project planning, a matter of infrastructure planning, and a matter of ensuring that it is a benefit, after it is put in place. Eagle King, lawful.
Night to everyone, manners and respect. The topic we upon tonight, boy, I'm there try hold it for say, yo, man, I say nothing, but I have something for say. And I say it because this is my opinion, I say it because I experience, right?
Yeah.
As it regards to the innovation and the engineering and them type of people. This is a very powerful topic. Why? Because it's not something where they want to invest in. Now, I don't know if you ever hear about this Vision 2030, where Jamaica pays for work, raise family, do business and all of that. I was invited to one of the seminar, and I think that was one of the things was that we must, do degree and everything, and then we forgot foreign for go work. So I asked the question, I said, then why is it that we don't implement or give engineer like myself opportunity out here to benefit, help the country grow instead of go out and help other country grow? No reply. You know what I mean? They never want to reply, never did. Oh, that is not what we're talking about today and thing. So in for them head, what they want us to do is to actually educate yourself, leave the country, and send back money to our families. That was what the seminar was all about. And what I'm seeing, basically, it looked like a human trafficking in just a sneak, pretty way. That's what they're doing because they make money off fight, right? And I feel we could have do better, but not from a government perspective. If you have to go try to do something towards that, it would have to be a private sector or an NGO, non-government organization, or we can try to push this narrative where it will be like what do they call it, a workshop where people who have innovated idea can come in,
Right.
train them, show them how to do certain things, build them, even them if them have a idea, we build them prototypes to see the idea work and everything, and then we can help them get fund or we ourselves can fund them, go out there and make them try do them thing. But if you look to the government for do something like that, it will never happen. It never happen. Them never want that. Them just want to go overseas, make money, and send back to the country. That's all they want. As it regards to the hydro, yes, the hydro we used to use back then. Yeah, it was a thing we use or we get power first, but I don't think that will be more be effective because, as you know, when you draw more power and more energy you have to go use, just like a generator, you pull more power, the engine will go run faster, so you go burn more gas. So for that, but I think in a way we could tweak it in some sense. Look on Duns River, the amount of water where run down and go and just go down in the sea. So we're not supposed to have short of water, they might tell us so we lack of water because them short of water and all of them things. There is so much ideas where we could implement and all of these problems as it regards to certain community now not have no water and anything that could eliminate, but I guess they're the only one who benefit in this scenario, you know. So, and dependence, I think that's the main thing. They're building dependence, and for them do all of this, a farmer control. So they now are independent, educated to that level, because they have all for control. But that's just my view in general.
Zane? Yeah, man. The independent thing is dangerous for dependence, right? If we start being independent and we stop requiring the services of the government, that is going to start making a lot of things obsolete, right? And that is when we're going to start sitting down and say, wait a minute, man, we need to start think about more of these things that are so-called control measures for the public and figure out a better way to do it, right? And that kind of thinking, as we know, is not supported in the current system. That kind of thinking is something that is shunned on. And it is in, big up yourself, Eagle. Thanks for sharing that. A lot of the things that we're talking about when we talk about independent thinking and inputting in what is going on in Jamaica and all of that. For the hydropower, there are two types of hydro generators. One that, I did see one that actually use gas, but there is one, you have a hydro engine and you have a hydro generator. Right? The generator does not require gas. Right? They have the big ones now where it goes close to the riverhead, they call it. And even so, there are some environmental concerns with using hydro, because I looked into it as well. Where they're saying, even though in some cases minimal, you would have to set it up in such a way that it does not harm the wildlife in the river, right? So you would need some kind of protective barrier like a mesh, but also the mesh would have to be some kind of runoff so they don't get stuck. They don't, all of these different things with the wildlife, the fish, the crayfish, the janga, the progo, them something. You don't want them going into the machine, right? So, we still have different options that are available, but we are not privy to any of it. I see there are several windmills in different parts of the island, right? And we don't know what they're connected to. We don't know who put them up, if it is subsidized or whatever the case may be. Kenny say hydro would be a waste of time and solar is not reliable. Nuclear is the way to go. Well, I don't know what you mean by that, but solar is renewable, right? It is something that if you have enough battery power, you don't typically use that much power at night anyways. So if you can conserve at night, you can have more than enough power the next day. Even with low or no sunlight, the system can still charge to a certain level where you can have a usable day, right? So, and then, when we talk about nuclear, it is not something that you can just get up and do. You can't you can't just get up and talk about nuclear, because that right there, so will cause another problem for us. It better if we go renewable energy route. If we don't have enough battery, well, you conserve, right, and wait till the next day. Very expensive to maintain. Land is also expensive. Listen, you only need about 6 proper panels on your roof to run a basic system, even with your AC. You don't need no big land on them something there. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but solar is way more conservative than anything else out there, including a windmill. Right? Because a windmill still requires a certain amount of wind speed in order to start and maintain itself. But again, and solar is the cheapest, right? Solar is still the cheapest. When we're gonna get rid of nuclear waste. Exactly. Just 6 panels, and no, you can have enough power to power you through the day and the night. If you have I would say even a 300 amp hour 52 volt battery can supply a basic home. If you have 2 of those, you're good to go. But anyways, running low on time. I know we talk about a lot today. Don Marcus J.A. So, I think you're late to the party. We're talking about things that would change if we are to have a new constitution and a new type of government. No, it would be completely different from the current system of government that we have, right? So, we are not political over here, by the way. But anyways, the draft is going to be refined. As you can see, it has grown quite a bit, 225 pages now. So we're going to continue on Wednesday, where we're going to go over the changes and some of the additional sections that have been included. And then we're going to start talking about next stages. I have some homework to work on. Where the family judges, we're going to include always that they must be parents. And we're going to include a section for the elderly so that they will have protection, when they get to a certain age of retirement. All right. So we will continue on Wednesday evening at 6 p.m. Big up on yourself. Lawful, always.